Oh, yes, it is. Anthony Rivera, Subway to Shea podcast. Keith Diaz, Shea and Sons podcast. It's a Subway to Shea and Sons collaboration. This game is already underway. Uh, Team Puerto Rico taking on Colombia. That's game one of our doubleheader watch party, along with Team USA taking on Brazil. Keith, how you doing, my friend?
Que la que hay, hermano. Ahora vamos a jugar béisbol. Vamos, puñeta. Ahora.
You know, when we were talking off the air, you're like, man, I'm worried we're going to see Q in in prime form. As soon as you said that, the graphics came up of Team USA getting no hit for 6 innings in 2017 from him. And then you just see his face right now, and he is locked in. So let's see how this game goes. We're already one batter, and I think it was Willie Castro started off the first at bat, and he grounded out. And now Julio Ramos is up.
There's something about Jose Quintana that we know very well.
Yes, sir.
And he's already doing that little hop step after every out as he strikes out Helio Ramos. He does like this little hype hop step. And I'm just saying, man, we need some offense tonight. I think we're gonna pitch well. I think Lugo's gonna pitch very well. But this Puerto Rico offense has to wake up against Jose Quintana. He's not the best pitcher in the world, but in a big game, he actually is a very big game pitcher. So we got to be careful as Nolan Arenado, first at bat in a Puerto Rican jersey begins. Very excited for Nolan.
Interesting. Jose Quintana, we saw him in September in 2024. I think he gave up 3 earned runs all month. Was probably the best pitcher the Mets had on the mound. Goes into the playoffs. Big game in the wild card final game 3, then had another big game in the clincher against the Phillies. We've seen him in St. Louis pitch big games. I mean, he's a big game starting pitcher, no matter what you think of him. Always a quality start from Jose Quintana. So if there's anything to worry about, it's that right there. And this first game is a big game to get, right? I mean, right off the bat, you need to take game 1, especially with Seth Lugo on the mound.
Huge opening game in Puerto Rico. Arenado takes a very questionable strike, 2-2. Yeah, we want to set the tone for the group. This is a pretty wide open group. Canada, I believe, handled their business today. So that is going to be a very, very tight group. Cuba also handled their business today. And it looks like a 1-2-3 inning for Team Rubio as Jose Quintana starts off hot.
Yeah.
This Colombian jersey is nice too. I like the hat.
I like the hat. I don't like the lettering on the jersey.
The lettering, right? Like
that's the only thing that bothers me. The Colombia hat. Why isn't it the lettering just like on the hat? I don't understand.
I know it would have been better. Very classical baseball feel, like lettering to that. I agree with you.
I watched Cuba today, and I really like their jersey and hat. They won. We got the scores up on the bottom. 3-1.
We also saw Livan Moniello, who we've been told about by both of our guests, and he pitched very, very impressive. So it was really nice to see one of the guys that we were learning about as we've been doing this collaboration with Sean Spalding and Yaku Cosmopolitan as they've joined us on this awesome little journey we're doing for the WBC. And we've been told by both about Livan Moniello, how he is this is maybe his last year in the Japan League as a Cuban-born player, and he looked awesome today against Panama. So shout out to him and shout out to Cuba doing their thing. Also, by the way, did you wake up to a grand slam by some guy named Shohei Ohtani?
Did we expect anything less?
Right? It's just insane.
I think 1 run would have been enough after what we've seen from Chinese Taipei the other night. 13-0, and only 1 hit for Chinese Taipei. So it's really looking grim for them. Last night, Australia 2-0, another great pitching performance by them off of Chechnya. We also got Mexico taking care of Great Britain 8-2, and Venezuela also won their game 6-2 against the Netherlands.
It's been a lot of the favorites, no upsets so far, which we did expect. This is a tournament where it's very hard to see a Cinderella. We have a select few of favorites, but for the most part, it is somewhat chalk. But we will be getting around with a few more teams. I believe Italy's playing in a few.
Dominican Republic will be playing as well.
And then we will be covering the United States. We are going to, go to our Stars and Stripes after this game. We have to get the Puerto Rican stuff in first. But
I'm glad the game started at 6.
Yeah, and you know what? Listen, and this may be the ignorant fan in me. I fully expect that United States game to be 5 innings, truthfully. With all due respect to all our Brazilian fans. Unfortunately, I don't think you guys stand a chance today. I think it's actually going to be very, very, based off what I've seen by Japan, even the little bit I've seen from Venezuela, who I thought left some runs out there. They could have had a few more runs. Mexico, they out of nowhere, it was a 1-1 game, and then you blinked 8 runs. So I think the stronger nations, when they get into a rhythm, they really, really know how to put the throttle on. And I think, truthfully, I kind of worry for the Brazilians. If they could get past the 5th and 6th innings, I think it's a win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Japan already did the mercy rule. That's the first one so far of the tournament. Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if USA does the same thing. But as you said, just keeping yourself in the game if you're Team Brazil, I think is a win in itself.
Yeah, this is their first time qualifying for the tournament. So that alone, they should be proud of what they've accomplished, regardless of what does occur from it. But, they've been dealt a pretty difficult hand facing off one of the tournament favorites in the Americans. But with that being said, we're going to see, truthfully, the coolest part about the Puerto Rican team is going to be the pitching and the defense.
Yes.
Even if we don't have some of our heavy hitters that we know, we've talked ad nauseum about, the Lindors, the Correas, the Baez, Kike Hernandez, who's hurt. He's also there supporting the team. Us as a bedhead for baseball in the Caribbean, we pride ourselves on defense. That's something that Puerto Ricans grow up learning about first before hitting. If you ever hear about Francisco Lindor, he echoes that. Carlos Correa, Javi Baez. The trend has always been defense first, and then the bat will come. So here we go. We're going to see Seth Lugo jump on the mound for the Puerto Ricans. And hopefully we can leave the Colombians with a nice donut. But we got to give Lugo some runs, Sam.
Yeah, no, definitely. I know we're going to see what Puerto Rico is made of in this tournament. I mean, we know in years past, right? They've really been underdogs and they've really overachieved. This is going to be the biggest test because without Javi Baez, without Carlos Correa, and without Francisco Lindor, who was the team captain all up until a month ago, that offense is just a little bit different now. We're going to see them scratch and claw for some runs here. You got Nolan Arenado and Julio Ramos' power in the lineup to see if he can get some bop out of them. And yes, this is a true test here. Speaking about uniforms, I do love the away uniforms for Team Puerto Rico, but the home ones, I'm sorry, man. It's so boring. Like most of the home uniforms for all these teams are just plain white, really boring, except for Japan. And that one is not made by Nike or Fanatics.
Of course it isn't. I will say this, Martin Maldonado, who's behind the plate, probably the best catching gear. And I'm being biased. That Puerto Rican flag on the helmet is awesome. Oh, what a play by Nolan Arenado. Oh, I'm sorry, Anthony. I might be ahead of you.
Oh, just by a little bit, because I just saw Seth Lugo get the strikeout for the second at bat.
I'll rewind just a touch. You're going to see classic Nolan Arenado right here. Oh, he turned back the clock, Anthony.
And I feel like Nolan Arenado is what should be the X factor for this team, is to see if he still got what that old Nolan Arenado has left in him.
And it's awesome, not to toot my own horn. I just finished saying what we do is what we pride ourselves on is very good defense. And Nolan Arenado, one of the greatest third basemen in the last 10 to 15 years, first play that he gets in a Puerto Rican jersey, makes an incredible basket catch in foul territory. This stadium, tons of foul territory. So there's plenty of opportunities for the Puerto Ricans to make a lot of plays if there's a pop-up or anything like that. Which is also whenever you see a team with a lot of foul territory, it means they trust their defense. So all play by Nolan Arenado. Did you get a chance to see it?
I don't know if I'm a minute or two behind you. I'm watching it off my computer.
All right, so let me keep going back then.
Wait a minute, was that the first out?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're way past that. We're at the end of the inning. Okay.
So you missed it. Oh, okay. Yeah, you missed it. All right, so we're at the end of the inning.
Yeah,
All
we
right, so
just
let
went to
me go.
commercial break.
Okay. So let me catch up. All right. Wow. All right. So you got a good stream today. Good. Beautiful.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
commercial break too. All right. Awesome.
All right. Cool. All right. We got 73 people in the room to start. First off, can we just shout out, combined with X and YouTube, was it Wednesday night?
Yeah.
10 p.m. till midnight or a little bit after midnight. We had over 3,000 people join us for Taiwan, Chinese Taipei, Taiwan, and Australia. Like that's insanity.
And people were asking, are you still gonna live stream that game? And I'm like, I don't think there's a single person anybody knows other than me and Anthony that is gonna stream Chinese Taipei and Australia. And what happened? 3,000 views. So thank you guys so very much. And thank you to Yaku Cosmopolitan for joining us that night with the awesome insight. This collaboration has gone way better than I thought. So excited with the more guests we're gonna have on. Now the tournament is truly on the way, so it's gonna get real fun and juicy. My hair is standing up right now, as you can see. I'm really excited. I'm nervous, Anthony. We need some runs, and then I'll be fine. And then I think for the American game, we could kind of puff our chest out a little bit.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's the game you'll get the offense you asked for in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, while that's going, and let's see what we got about a half hour until the Dominicans get going, and we all know they're gonna bring it. So, it'd be nice if the Puerto Ricans could add on, and we could at least have some really cool memories this tournament, which I think we will in a way we never expected, though.
Shout out to Seth Lugo for putting up that 0 in the first inning, got 2 strikeouts to end the inning after that nice catch from Nolan Arenado. So we are in the top of the second, scoreless here. 71 people in the room right now. Appreciate you guys. Keep filing in. Make sure you're following me on X, Instagram, and TikTok at Subway to Shea. You can follow me personally at Ant Rivera 86, probably where I'll be doing most of the tweeting tonight. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and YouTube if you want to be a part of the chat and the conversation. You should do the same thing as well for Keith. You want to give him your socials, my friend?
Yeah, just check me out at here. I always do this. I'm gonna call myself Subway to Shea at oh my god, I'm drawing a blank here. Oh my god.
Shea and Sons.
Shea and Sons. Jesus, I'm Shea and Sons. Check me out. I do tons of Met content, and I'm kind of broadening out to do other Met content. And also check me and a lot of my fellow baseball fans out at ESB Podcast. We cover all things in the New York tri-state area for baseball. If you're a Yankee fan, you're a Met fan, you want to jump on, come check us out at ESB Podcast on X and on YouTube as well. Right now, one of my sleeper players for this offense is batting, Carlos Cortez.
Yeah, I was looking at his average last season, batted over 300. I think also when we had Santos, the baseball aficionado, on, he said watch out for Carlos Cortez as well during our Pool A preview. So that's a guy that we're going to keep an eye on, especially to light up this offense at the start.
He is part of the A's organization who will be heading to Vegas in a few years.
They got some players.
Yeah, he gets overshadowed because, truth be told, the A's have one of the better lineups in all of the sport. So it's nice.
Even better now with Jeff McNeil.
Even Jeff McNeil. And Carlos Cortez puts a drive into center, but it's a can of corn. But a very nice swing on a 3-2 count. Love what I saw there from Mr.
Battle.
Cortez. Yeah, nice battle.
Drive up the pitch count against Quintana.
The faster we get Quintana out of there, the more I feel better about this. Well, you know what's so funny about Quintana? I felt in 2024 in our run, I knew when he was going to pitch good based off his body language, and he has it already. Like, I can see it in his eyes, and you said it already. Like, he looks the part. And he has this look, this swagger to him, and so many people overlook him. But until you have him on your team and you go through the ups and downs with him, you realize he's such a really likable guy and a guy you want with you, like in the bunker, that I just want to get him out of this game as quick as possible.
Yeah. I mean, it would behoove this team to kind of watch, what was it, game 3, game 4 of Mets versus Dodgers, where, I mean, if you're a team that chases, Jose Quintana is going to run roughshod all over you. But if you're a patient team,
Yeah.
you're able to get him, out of a game a little bit earlier than normal. So if they're a little patient with him at the plate, he likes to
Yeah.
nibble around the whole entire corner of the plate. That's something to keep an eye out on.
He was sensational against the Phillies. He was one of our better pitchers in the second half. But like you said, to piggyback off your point, he thrived off so many teams with high chase rates. So we got to be a little patient here. Got to be very patient with him. He's very crafty. Ooh, okay. All right, 2-2. I like that. So we got already back-to-back at-bats where pitch, some at-bats north of 4 or 5 pitches, which is what I want to see. Darnell Hernaiz is batting right now. He is a AAA prospect. Not familiar with what organization, but I have seen him in the past play baseball. A decent baseball player. Here we go. The 2-2. Quintana to Hernaiz. Pulled it down the third base line. Oh, my God. To Gio Urshela with a beautiful turning play in the hole. What a play. Another good baseball player we haven't even mentioned till now. Gio Urshela. Sensational defender at third base.
Yeah.
A little up there in age, but he still can go get it. And definitely when he puts on the Colombian shirt, you're going to get the best out of Gio Urshela.
Yeah.
Very good Yankee. Short amount of time with the Yankees, but very productive.
I feel like that was a guy that we were like, yeah, maybe could he be a nice utility bench piece? But it never really came to fruition. Now Hernaiz is playing shortstop, which I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing Arroyo in this spot.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Emmanuel Rivera, one of our more composed players, swings at the first pitch and we're out of the inning. That's exactly what you don't want to do against a guy like Jose Quintana. But yeah, I was excited to see that young prospect play shortstop. I guess maybe being that it's the first game, a lot of maybe nerves, a lot of basically just wants to do what's probably best for the team and the young man. But I definitely think we will see him maybe as a defensive replacement later in this game. We probably could get.
Well, I was also thinking, is he a lefty?
I actually think he is. I think he's a switch hitter.
He's a switch hitter.
Yeah, he's like, I hate to be mean, but he's like a very Timu version of Francisco Lindor. But he's a very good defender though in the Cincinnati Reds organization.
Well, we might see him later on in the game.
And question: there's no other. The Dominicans start at 7. The United States is at 8. Isn't Italy on right now, or am I incorrect?
I don't think there is a game on right now.
I don't think it's just us right now, right?
Yeah.
Got you. Okay.
They spread out the games very nicely. I'll say that today.
They do. Yeah, they do. They do. Okay. I'm looking at the schedule now. So Dominican, Nicaragua at 7, and United States and the Brazilians. And then 10 o'clock, Chinese Taipei and Czech Republic. All right, so there's only 4 games left in the day. So Italy doesn't get going until tomorrow. That's the team I kind of want to watch.
They're the one team off today. Team Canada also not playing today. So they're out.
We're getting them tomorrow. Okay.
Once again, shout out to the chat. We got Nelson Cruz in the house. We got Lee's in the house. Jacob Petruzzi in the house as well. And our guy, Armand, is amazing in the house. We'll probably check in on the Mets as well. They're playing tonight. Sean Manaea is getting the first start.
Yep, we got a night game.
Of course, right? Of all nights, this is the first night that there's a night game.
Of course. Only in Metland, right, Anthony? Sheesh. Okay,
but we are off to a nice start here. Another pitching matchup to begin. Most of the games have been high scoring, except for, really that first game of Taipei versus Australia. That was the real pitching matchup to start, and everything else has been just a high scoring affair.
Yeah, I think Puerto Rico and Colombia might be day one's most closest battle based off the rosters that are presented by both clubs. This is why I think Seth Lugo and Jose Quintana is probably the best pitching matchup of the day, in my humble opinion, because they probably are going to be both the team's MVP, regardless of if they get out of the start with the lead or if they're trailing or if it's a tie score. Donovan Solano's up, formerly of the Twins. 2025 was with the Mariners and the Rangers. Very solid professional baseball player, infielder for a very long time in the major leagues. And Seth Lugo right now has him a little bit on a string. Classic Seth Lugo right now.
I'm liking what I'm seeing early from Seth Lugo. We'll also see Jose De Leon pitch one of these games as well. He's the one who, had that no hitter going for a while in one of those games against Team Israel. And then the guy that we're really looking forward to seeing from the Yankees organization, Elmer Rodriguez, man.
Yeah, that is a must-watch game because this may be a little bit premature, but he may be our best pitching prospect. We're probably saying in a very, very, very long time. Where that kid couldn't go is a place that a lot of Puerto Rican pitchers have not gone. So a lot of high praise. Probably my favorite Yankee, regardless of major leagues or farm, because I want that kid to do very well.
Absolutely.
But really excited for that young man. Gets the opportunity to pitch against his country mates. Very excited. Oh, did he go? Didn't go. Maldonado doesn't like the call. That first base umpire is jacked. Jesus.
I thought that 2-2 count was a strike.
Yeah.
It was right there.
Ooh, he just held up. Okay. I believe that's the first base runner of the day.
That is. Wow. I thought he swung at that.
All right, let's see if we can get a ground ball here. It's always worrying when we get a base runner with no outs.
Yeah.
And we got a good guy on the mound to work through it. We have a really good defense. So Harold Ramirez, who's also a major leaguer, has played independent ball the past 2 years, but has seen his fair share in the majors and, a little cup of coffee here and there. So Seth Lugo can maybe get him to swing over something. We can maybe – it's a slow runner as well. Maybe we can get a nice, double play action.
Yep.
But you know what? You're so right with the lettering of the Colombian jersey. I keep looking at it.
Yeah, it doesn't match the hat.
Yeah, it doesn't. And actually, the numbers and the lettering of the name would have been better off with the hat, with the main logo. That C is really nice. Nice yellow, nice blue, nice dark blue. It really stands out. It really pops.
Yeah.
Could have done a lot.
The colors of the jersey are nice, but it's the lettering, I think, is just very Microsoft Wordy.
Yeah, very, very. There we go. We got a nice little ground ball to third base. Nolan Arenado is going to make the play he doesn't have a play at first or second. Wow, I guess Ramirez chugged it down the line really well. All right, Lugo's in a little bit of a jam here. That's very odd. I wonder if Arenado was a hit too soft? Yeah, I think he ate that. He didn't want to
his only play was going to be at first, if anything. It was a little chopper there. Little tiny chopper that just Harold Ramirez had the speed for. So Seth Lugo's a little adversity here in the second inning. 2 on, no outs for Colombia, and they will look to capitalize here. That's what happens when you walk, right? We've seen so many times with the Mets and walking. So let's see if Seth Lugo can get out of this inning here. Maybe get another ground ball, at least get the double play.
They're one of their more dangerous bats. Gio Urshela is up. No outs, 2 men on. He's showing bunt with no outs. That tells me that they respect Lugo. That they don't. He's an automatic out. He got into that's automatic out. He interfered with the catcher. So, but he gets the job done. He moves both runners over. There's 1 out. Yadier Molina's coming out to talk to the home plate umpire, probably explaining if there was catcher's interference. But I think if that is catcher's interference,
it should go back.
It should go back. Yeah, he's out. He's out, and runners should go back. That's what the right call should be. And he tripped over his own self, left the bat there. Yeah, come on, man. I think the play is going to stand. Okay. All right. Right now, Colombia's threatening. Carlos Martinez is up in a big spot for Colombia. Takes a curveball on the outer half for ball number 1. Played in the Mexican League last year. This is his first World Baseball Classic appearance. Has some pop.
You want to get the 2 outs here, but if you can come away with just only giving up the 1 run, you'll take that every day of the week. The infield is in.
Yeah, I expect Lugo to pitch to him very low so that the infield that's playing in can get the runner at third at home. I expect a lot of curveballs in this at bat as he swings over one on the outer half. I don't expect no fastballs here.
Hopefully
There it is.
Strikeout here.
1-2. All right, Lugo's working himself into an advantage here. Here we go. I actually think a ground ball right now is probably more important than a strikeout, to be fair.
It might be, especially for a play at the plate.
Yep.
If it could go right to Arenado, to home, to Maldonado.
Mm-hmm. And then you can maybe make the turn from home to first.
Yeah.
We don't know if this guy's a fast runner. Depending on where this ball could be hit. Up time by Maldonado. Maldonado's called time. It's a 1-2 count right now. These are situations where Team Puerto Rico really is composed, which is where they find their bread and butter, where a lot of teams tend to struggle. I did see some confusion with some of the defenses in other games. Now another timeout by the batter now. As the at-bat continues. We rarely see these long at-bats now in today's day and age, but I did see some confusion in the Colombian game and the Panama game with some defensive plays. So Puerto Rico, one of the more strong defensive teams. They should be able to handle what comes their way as a hanging curveball is hit, relatively medium depth, and the play at home, he's held up at third with a very strong throw by Hector Ramos. Incredible job by Hector Ramos, keeping that runner at third and keeping that runner at second base. Sensational job by getting under it and keeping his momentum. What a great job by Hector Ramos, who's actually one of the worst defenders on his team with the San Francisco Giants, but he does a great job of getting that ball in quickly.
Something just happens when you put on your country's jersey. You become a better defender. You become a better hitter.
That's a hard fact, my brother. Yeah, and I, you know what? I can expect here first pitch hit, ground out, and we're out the inning. Let's go. The crowd is into it now. Oh, okay, all right. Ball one. This is big for Lugo as he's now in the 30s with the pitches. He's now halfway through his outing at the 30 pitch mark.
We'll see one more inning from him, and that'll probably be it. He's also coming off of an injury the last season, so I'm pretty sure they're going to slow it down with him.
Yeah.
Right now, 2-0 count.
What could have been?
Buelvas.
What could have been, right, Ant, with Lugo?
Yeah. They should have just let him start like he asked for 10 million times. Instead, they did the same thing with Clay Holmes.
Wow, we just got given a nice strike there. That was a ball. We got given a gift there. That should be 3-0, but here we go. Maybe the batter's a little discouraged. Maybe get him eager to swing now on that bad call. No ABS this year in the World Baseball Classic. Fastball in the outer half. It is 3-1. Technically, he could have walked and we would have had the bases loaded. Right now, Lugo is laboring a bit in the bottom of the second. Pitch count keeps rising and rising. Not ideal for Yadier Molina and Team Rubio. 3-1 fouls off a hanging.
All right, big pitch here. 3-2 pitch. We'll either load the bases here with a walk. Hopefully they can get out of it.
21 pitches thus far for Seth Lugo this inning, Anthony.
He ran through the first.
Yeah. This is the biggest pitch right now of the game. Let's see what we got. Crowd is standing on their feet. And come on. Come on, Seth.
Yeah.
Oh, got him. Look at Maldonado, baby. What an awesome job.
You got Maldonado calling the pitches behind the plate. You know you're going to get good stuff coming out of there.
That inning, we have to credit Hector Ramos, man.
Yeah. Beautiful. That is a absolutely beautiful pitch right there from Seth Lugo. Wow.
I'm tweeting out some love for Hector Ramos on his defense. Incredible job getting that ball and holding.
We will go to the bottom of the second here. Scoreless.
It's only the third inning, and we're over here sweating.
I'm sorry.
And we're sweating, brother. I'm interested to see what Yadier Molina's tactics are when he moves off of Seth Lugo and heads into the bullpen with how this game. I feel like this game is going to be close throughout. Based off us trying to generate some offense. I definitely think that it's going to get real dicey when we get to like around the 5th, 6th, and 7th innings. And I'm worried that something that you tend to call out all the time is we get a reliever in there doing well, pull them early, instantly regret it,
Yep.
It's my biggest fear. You always call that, and it's true. It's so true.
And hopefully, you just hope that it doesn't bite you. And most of the time it does, unfortunately.
Yeah,
we saw it. We saw it with Chinese Taipei. That guy was dealing.
Yep.
Shu was dealing, and they took him out, and that was it. And he still looked like he could get through another inning.
And, reason why I say 5th, 6th, and 7th innings is because at least, we do know that in the back of our hands, we have Edwin Diaz to close this game out. So you want to make sure you get at the bare minimum into the 8th inning.
Eddie Rosario is going to be first up to bat.
You mentioned it. You put on that jersey, you put on that flag, you turn back the clock, you get old school Eddie Rosario who haunted the Mets with the Braves for so many years. Definitely.
Man. That's what it's all about.
Lefty-lefty matchup against Q. And Rosario probably has the best beard on the team, I would say.
Yeah.
Nice little blonde Rubio beard. You got to love it. Last year in the minors in AAA, batted .313. Getting up there in age, though.
It's like next time that we have the WBC, it's like, am I going to have to go Team Rubio here and dye my hair?
If they get somehow to the finals, I'll dye my hair. I'll dye it. If they get to the finals, I'll do it, which I don't think that's happening, but yeah. Why not at that point?
A lot of things got to go right.
Oh, especially my God. Yeah. Offense. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Nice little foul ball. Looked like it was going to stay in play, but it's gone foul. Man, you hit the nail on the head. That lettering is so nice. And then you look at the chest. Not ideal. Colombia, after Puerto Rico, they got to deal with Canada. Tough sledding for Colombia.
Mm-hmm.
They need to get a split. They need to get a split if they want to have any chance of advancing in this group. And we've mentioned this on our previews. In this pool, it is very important in this pool to win this pool. Because if you are runner-up in this pool, you're facing the Americans. Very, very difficult.
Two important things: winning Pool A and winning Pool D.
Yes.
Because you don't want to face Japan.
Correct. Which might be a Japan-Venezuela matchup in the quarters. Rosario is working a 3-2 count. There we go. Now,
Quintana took a little tumble there.
Let's see.
Eddie Rosario takes the walk there. So you got someone on base here now for Team Puerto Rico. That's what you need. We got Shanti in the house. Shout out to Shanti for being a part of this stream, last stream, and also sharing, all of our posts. So we appreciate you, Shanti. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you, dear. Appreciate you. Very, very supportive.
We are currently scoreless in the top of the 3rd inning. Eddie Rosario on first base. Matthew Lugo to the plate.
Swings. First pitch is a carrying and driving the center fielder back. Gets to it. He put a nice little drive into that. That would have been nice if it would have one-hopped over the wall. So what I worry about, Anthony, with Quintana, these first pitch outs. My biggest worry when facing Jose Quintana.
Yeah.
Short at bats.
Lugo drove it, just not enough. Didn't hit it hard enough to get a little bit of traction and get it away from the center fielder there. So made it a little bit of an easier out on the run.
Martin Maldonado, not known for the bat, is in for his first at bat of the game.
Team captain.
Team captain. Yep, took over the captain duties as Francisco Lindor, who is not there due to an injury. Did you get around to seeing the video he sent the team?
Yes, I did.
Very nice. Very nice. I'm sure that really, really gave them a little bit of a boost. Runs into a double play. And that, I mean, Maldonado's not really known for his offense. So very short inning for Jose Quintana, which is very, very, very what I've been harping on when facing this guy. He thrives.
He has yet to give up a hit.
Yep. This is exactly what we worry about with this team. That inning probably extended his outing a few more batters.
He's got 31 pitches.
Yeah, and Lugo threw almost all that in one inning. So we need a really short inning from Seth Lugo.
Yep. Shout out to Brian watching on X. Dímelo, mi gente.
Activado. Vamos, nieta. Mi corrido está aquí velando. Team Rubio. And the Mets are about to start, I think. Yep, Manaya and Nolan Mayer. Okay. All right. Whew. You know, I'm starting to understand why so many people worry about this tournament, because we're only 3 innings in and I'm already like stressing. I'm sure those guys are stressing. You know, these are high intense, like truly like every game is do or die to the point where you know you're not gonna advance. So I guess what I'm trying to get to is that I really do hope the Americans get 5 quick innings out of that game with Brazil. There's no need to go into the 6th inning with Brazil. And I say this knowing that they are my favorite. And even for a team like the Dominican who are facing Nicaragua, there's no reason why that should not be a mercy rule as well. With all due respect to Nicaragua, the Dominican with that powerhouse of a team, I truly, truly hope for both teams get in, get out, move on. You want to get through these teams. You know, you really want to expend a lot of innings with these arms against higher competition. So these bats, you know, I actually do think, and I was going to ask you, I was thinking about this the other day when we were talking about Yaku. I really think this tournament comes down to how quick you can put up offense. Because if you don't put up offense early, you're already playing games with the bullpen, the pitch count, because those are 2 very important things. So offense early is like huge here.
Yep. And we've seen capitalizing on errors. We've seen capitalizing on walks. So you have to make sure, you know, that you at least are the team to score first, get at least a couple of runs in, and you know, change the dynamic of what's going on here.
Seth Lugo looks to get a 1 pitch out. This is exactly what we needed, Ant.
Yeah.
Huge.
Shout out King David in the house. What's going on, brother?
What's up, brother?
Vamos, Puerto Rico.
We could use 2 more of those, Ant. 3 pitch inning.
Yeah. He is now at 36 pitches. What was it? 65, right?
Yes.
65.
Yes.
And sometimes they don't even let him go that far. So this could possibly be Lugo's last inning. We're not sure. See how, like you said, it gets played here by the manager.
Gustavo Campero, the leadoff hitter for Colombia, is now up. Little feisty guy. I could tell by the way he swings. He really wants to put a jolt into one to get things going for Colombia. That hook right now is doing wonders for Seth Lugo. Want to keep it going. Nice roll over to second. I believe. Oh, pick it up. All right. Okay, so that was a 3 pitch at bat. So far,
so maybe has thrown 4 pitches. Maybe he does get another inning.
Lugo with 4 pitches so far. Huge. Yep. This is exactly what we just finished asking for.
Yeah.
We needed that really, really badly after that long laboring second inning.
Shout out to my guy Chris Moraes from the Slap Shop podcast. We do hockey together on Total Hockey Now, and he's ready for Team Canada. That's
all right.
Guess what? Both of us are ready. I think we both had Team Canada going on to the second round, right?
We're rooting. Yep, we're rooting for Canada. Obviously, not against Puerto Rico, but definitely tomorrow against Team Colombia. Canada has a very fun team, very, very, very underrated team. One of the better sleepers to pick, especially in a pool where they could definitely win if the cards work out in their favor. Lugo hits a batter.
Yeah.
Base runner at second.
Canada's knocking on the door. They've been knocking on the door the last couple of WBCs, so this may be their time. Right there, right on the elbow.
I think you're spot on, Anthony. I think the bullpen should start getting warmed up very soon. If he could get out of this without any laboring. There we go. And he does. Pop up. Kept everything in the infield relatively for this inning as Willie Castro makes his second out of the inning. And Lugo does exactly what the Puerto Rican team needed. Quick inning after one labor inning. Now let's make Quintana labor a little bit. Let's give him some of his own medicine.
If you're just tuning in, the scores today: Japan mercy ruled Chinese Taipei 13-0. That's the first one of the WBC. Cuba beat Panama 3-1. Venezuela beat the Netherlands 6-2, and Mexico took care of business against Great Britain 8-2. I will say this about Great Britain: have you seen this kid Harry Ford? You see that home run he hit today?
Harry Ford, one of the more intriguing prospects in baseball with a lot of pop from the catcher's position, was a high prospect for the Mariners just this offseason, was traded, of course, to our division, the Nationals. So we will be seeing a lot more of Harry Ford, my friend.
Yeah.
Ibby's in the building. Yeah.
Where is Ibby? What's up, Ib?
Ibby's in the building. Ibby knows I wanted Willie Castro with the Mets.
I will say this: I did see a Willie Castro jersey at the MLB store. If you want a Willie, I actually was going to text you about that.
I love Willie, but not that much.
not that much to spend almost $300 on a.
No thanks.
Not a great looking jersey either, because the way the Fanatics and Nike have been putting them together has been a little rough as of late.
Yeah, shout out to Fanatics. Yay. Not our friends. I like what you have on, the Roberto Clemente. I love that. Love that.
My dad got me this.
That's really nice. I like that a lot.
Roberto Clemente's on here. Beltran.
Okay.
What got on here?
You came dressed.
Molina. Lindor as a kid, because he looks very young here. Correa, Javi Baez, and Angel Pagan made it onto the shirt.
Where is Angel Pagan? I'm sure he could catch a few fly balls, right?
He became a star after he left us and won. What did he win? Like 2 or 3 World Series with the Giants?
Sure did, of course. After they leave us, usually the case, my brother.
Top of the order here, Willie Castro. Speaking of Willie Castro, he's coming.
Nice time for Willie. Oh, Quintana's out.
Wow. I did not expect that this early.
Adrian Almeida. I think he pitches for the Venezuelan league. Yeah.
Quintana only threw 31 pitches.
They're saving him for. They're probably saving him for an elimination game, probably.
Wow. Yeah. Smart move. Smart move.
This is where the Puerto Ricans offense has to wake up now. Quintana's out. Yep. He did his job. All right, cool. Now we can move on. Quintana looks like he wants to get back in there now. They just showed him. You see Willie Castro's shin guard with the flag? It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. Nice utility player, Willie Castro. You don't need him to do much. Fills out a good roster. Can play almost multiple positions in the infield, corner outfield as well. Very reliable veteran you would usually want on a Whitney Ball Club. Very solid pro. He's with the Rockies this year. Oh, and then he strikes out. Yeah, if he performs well, I could see him getting traded, maybe help out a veteran ball club that's vying for a playoff spot. We need better from the Puerto Rican offense. We need a base runner. Jacob Pedruzzi is asking, who is Colombian starting pitchers? We had just now Jose Quintana start the game, and after that, it's not a lot of more Latino league players from the Winter League, the Venezuelan League. No, not much star power.
That's why it was huge for Quintana to get this start against Seth Lugo and kind of set the tone for the Colombian team.
Helios Ramos is now up. He made the sensational throw to keep this game 0-0. One of his more weaker talents is defense, and he made a great defensive play. We need a base runner here, Ant.
Yeah, got to get someone on base. AB saying 31 pitches, thought he was a Met in 25. Yeah. Definitely feels that way. Top 4 here. Scoreless. 1 out.
Thought he was a Met. That's funny.
Ramos trying to work the count up to now 2-2.
Showing his highlights from the last World Baseball Classic. He pitched pretty well against Canada, it looks like. Almeida. So their back end, they're piggybacking lefties. There might be something that we've seen with the Australians. So maybe a tactic from a lot of other clubs to follow.
This is a good at-bat for Ramos right here. He's already had a great play in the field in the second inning to keep this game scoreless. He's got a great at-bat here against Almeida, working now to 11 pitches at this point.
This is also going back to when we spoke to Yuri. A lot of discipline at the plate with a lot of these guys who aren't like major leaguers, and they don't really have the talent to have true, plate discipline. We have some major leaguers with pretty decent, plate discipline, and it'll go a lot farther for us if we could use it properly. As unfortunately, in a 3-2 count, Ramos strikes through a slider.
Good at bat, but needed a little bit more there.
Yeah, Almeida.
2 strikeouts.
Almeida doing very good against some of the better hitters in the Puerto Rican lineup. I also think that's probably what it was. The better hitters of the Puerto Rican lineup is now batting. They probably wanted a different lefty who throws a lot harder. They're probably just changing it up. It's actually a pretty interesting tactic by Team Colombia. I like what they're doing here.
Yep, absolutely. He's got a little bit of zip in his arm.
Yeah, he does. We need something from Nolan, too.
He's got a little bit of that side action.
He does.
Woo!
Yeah, he's got Nolan Arenado swinging through a lot of his stuff, too.
Almeida strikes out the side.
Not a good sign. Not a good sign.
Maybe a little bit of nervous jitters here at home for the Puerto Rican team. But,
I do think that's underlying factor there. Very good chess game by the Colombians, switching lefties and bringing in a totally different looking pitcher from Quintana.
Yeah.
And they did it against the heart of the order. So that's probably what happened there. I wonder if we see Lugo now, being that Quintana's.
Yeah. Well,
the game within the game, Anthony.
That's how it always is. Well, we go to the bottom of the 4th. I am going to take a quick break to put a little one to sleep, and Kickin' O'Keefe is going to carry you through the next couple of innings. He'll have a little fun with you, and then I will return for the rest of the game, as well as Team USA versus Brazil. So
Brazil,
my friend.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Anthony is doing daddy duties. You're stuck with the bad guy. No one likes me. And that's usually he's gotten me a lot farther in life. So, good cop, bad cop, right? Personally, I'll be honest with you, Team Puerto Rico, to me, if they don't get a run, truthfully, before I'd say the 6th inning, I think they're in trouble. They don't even have a hit. I don't think they have a base runner. I'll take a walk at this rate. This is reminding me a lot of what I used to see from the Mets when like Lindor and Alonso wouldn't do anything and no one else stepped up to the plate. If Nolan Arenado, Willie Castro, Helio Ramos aren't hitting the ball, Team Puerto Rico's in trouble. Carlos Cortez has been a guy that I kind of kept my eye on. He's batting cleanup. He's going to lead off the next inning, but he is a lefty. And in this inning, you know, we saw two righties go down on strikes. So I think this lefty that was brought in for Quintana, he's going to definitely get Carlos Cortez. That's going to be a matchup that we're going to see. I see my little brother in here. Make Nolan Arenado American again. Technically, he always been. Even now, as he wears a Puerto Rican jersey. Ain't nothing changed. Who's Alonso? Never heard of it. So, because, I'll give you guys a heads up, because Anthony is the host, I can't highlight y'all tweets or comments. I actually wish I could. But I'll read them out. I'll definitely read them out. So keep them coming. If you are interested in Team Dominican, they are getting underway currently right now. They will be playing Team Nicaragua, and at 8 o'clock, we will be continuing the stream, and we'll be watching Team United States versus Team 5 innings. As Seth Lugo comes back out for the bottom of the 4th inning against Donovan Solano, starts him off with a ball on the outer half. Comes back with a fastball up in the zone, 1-1, to a very familiar face in the major leagues. Donovan Solano has bounced around a little bit with the Rangers, the Twins, the Mariners. Decent pro, getting up there in age, though. Lugo throws another hook on the other half. Doesn't get the strike zone. Doesn't get him to chase either. It is 2-1. That seems to be Lugo's MO tonight. He's trying to get a lot of these guys to chase. And so far, so good. But right now, we need him to throw strikes. As he makes some contact on the outer half. Here comes Eddie Rosario. Makes the play. Actually, it's Carlos Cortez. Makes the play at right. Very well done. Lugo, nice soft contact out right there to start the bottom of the 4th inning. And I see here, Touche, joke went 350 feet over the head. No, I know what your joke meant. I'm just saying, like I wish he never was a Puerto Rican today either. Like, he sucks. I bet Mark Vientos made an error during the anthem. Jesus Christ. Henry Ramos is up. Harold Ramos, excuse me. I said Ramos. Ramirez, Keith. Harold Ramirez takes a first pitch fastball down the middle from Seth Lugo. Going back to Nolan Arenado, interesting. I think it's 0-2 count to Ramirez. Lugo right now in a little bit of a groove. I think if Nolan Arenado was on this team fully healthy, I think he's our first baseman. Which is even more interesting. Ramirez with the little blue pit between the shortstop and the left fielder for Colombia's second hit of the game. There's one out, bottom of the 4th inning with the runner at first. Time to look for a ground ball, Seth. Yeah, I think if we were fully healthy, Carlos Correa, Kike Hernandez, Javi Baez, Francisco Lindor, I think Nolan Arenado is our first baseman. And that's even with considering other guys that could have been with the team, a guy like Jack Caglione, a guy like Riley Green. Jack Caglione has played first base. Caglione, outfielder. Gio Urshela gets started out with the first pitch strike on the outer half. Man on first with one out. Need a ground ball here to get out the inning. Right now, Seth Lugo is having to deal for his 51st pitch. He gets a pop-up. It may stay in foul territory. And it goes out of play. Emmanuel Rivera was there. Bullpen action right now. Rico Garcia is getting warmed up for the Puerto Ricans. I believe that is the Rico Garcia that was with the Mets and the Yankees and the Orioles last offseason. Excuse me, not last season. What am I saying? Last offseason. Actually, wish we would have kept him. He was really good as a Met. Urshela with an 0-2 count. Looking for a ground ball here. Would be better than a strikeout, I'd say. Get him. He does get it. Oh, and it eats up Hernandez. It's a line drive up the middle. That's Colombia's 3rd hit. Runners at first and second, one out. And Lugo is in another jam. Don't like where this game is going, personally. We're now generating any offense. I don't even think MJ Melendez is in the lineup today, too. I guess because of the lefty matchup with Quintana, that makes a lot of sense. Maybe when a righty gets in there, you'll see MJ Melendez. First pitch to Martinez is in for a ball. Carlos Martinez is 0 for 1 tonight. Played in the Mexican League, 272 average. With a chance to drive in a run for Colombia. Seth Lugo continuing to labor. Throws another ball, 2-0. Not an ideal start for Seth Lugo so far, in my humble opinion. Too many pitches, not enough. And there is a timeout being called by Maldonado. Looks like the team is resetting in the infield. Seth Lugo has thrown a lot of pitches. I feel like he is kind of overthrowing quite a bit. And I feel like right now Team Puerto Rico is a little bit backed up on their heels. They definitely need a ground ball more than ever right now. Probably the biggest play of the game thus far is going to be whatever comes from this at bat. Colombia's offense is showing right now averages 3 runs a game. Their offense has kind of declined from 2017 to the 2023 tournament. They're just not a good offensive team. And kind of like what we are right now without our big hitters, any runs probably are just enough. All right. Third pitch of the at-bat to Martinez. Seth Lugo digs in. Throws a nice curveball for a strike on the inside part of the plate. Strike 1 at 79 miles per hour. Carlos Martinez with a chance to do some damage here for Team Colombia. F. Lugo, the 2-1. Another chase pitch on the outer half. 3-1. Not ideal. I don't think that's what he wanted to do there, with a chance to put another base runner on as he nears his pitch count, which is not ideal for Team Puerto Rico. Ground ball here gets you out of the inning, but you don't want to walk another batter. 3-1. Carlos Martinez, Seth Lugo, pitch 57. Gets that ground ball to short. Is he going to be able to turn 2? Goes to second for the out. Gets the double play. Seth Lugo. Huge pitch in the bottom of the 4th. Incredible double play turn by the Puerto Rican team. Team Rubio turns 2 to get out of the jam. Second jam Seth Lugo works himself out of. Now the offense has to wake up for Team Rubio. Incredible job by Team Puerto Rico having a quick gathering at the mound to calm things down, getting everybody back on track. Well done by Seth Lugo and Rosado, the pitching coach. I believe he's actually the head. No, yeah, he's the head coach, pitching coach. Attaboy, escaping another jam. You know, that's what Seth Lugo is. He's a crafty pitcher as well at this stage in his career, trying to get a lot of soft contact, trying to get out of innings. It looks like he's in trouble when he's really not. That's the kind of pitcher he is at this stage in his career. And truthfully, in this tournament style of play where you have a pitch count to work with, it's very good to get a guy up in there who you may or may not probably see again until maybe the elimination game. So this is very important to get him out of the game, reserve him for a few days so he can be fully fresh if we have to play an elimination game. But big double play. Huge. As I tweet that out. We got a really nice play by Helios Ramos, and then we got another defensive play from the infield. And truthfully, as I mentioned earlier, like, this is where Puerto Rico gets momentum, defense. You don't want to play the Puerto Rican team when they're playing really good defense, which is something they pride themselves off. Something we really believe in is defense. Even if you're not a good defender, if you're on the field with a glove, you got to make the play. Shout out to the Puerto Rican team getting out of another jam. I think Team Colombia is shooting themselves in the foot right now They're not converting when it matters. They need to get hits with men on base. If you are a Met fan, you've heard that sentence before. Getting hits with men on base. Sounds familiar, right? Let me take a look at what's going on in the Dominican game. As Nicaragua has base runners at first and second with no outs against the Dominican team with Christopher Sanchez on the bump. And the Nicaraguan team is kind of starting off really hot. Here we go. All right. We'll keep an eye out on the Dominican game as we start the 5th inning. Lugo, 4 innings. Quintana, 3 hits against Lugo. None off Quintana. 3 strikeouts for Lugo, 1 for Quintana. Both each walked the batter as Lugo is talking to the pitching coach, Rosado. And Team Puerto Rico's bats are coming up. They need to do some damage real quick. Here's my guy, Carlos Cortez, my favorite hitter of the team. I'm very excited for him. I think he has the most potential to do a lot of damage. He is facing fares very, very well against. And we need to get a base runner on. So I'll take anyway a walk, an error, anything. But we need to get base runners on. We need to make these at-bats count. We don't want empty at-bats. We've been working counts relatively well, but we haven't done anything with them. So odds are eventually we're going to run into something. Good eye so far. Starts off the at-bat 2-0 against Almeida, who has pitched pretty well so far for Team Colombia. And Seth Lugo seems to be done. That was definitely his last inning. The 2-0. Cortez hits a ground ball up the middle for the first hit for Team Rubio. Vamos, Piñeta. Ahora. The guy I've been talking about. Carlos Cortez. Ace prospect. Arguably our most exciting hitter with a lot of our big guns not joining us for this tournament. Cortez gets the job done with a hit up the middle. Attaboy. Finds a way to get the ball out of the infield. It was a pretty decent pitch, too. Got to give credit where credit's due. Almeida now is fighting against a righty and Hernaiz with the man on first base and no outs. As he throws over to first to keep Cortez honest. Not really the biggest base stealer, so I think he's just trying to calm things down in the stadium as things are getting a little exciting down in Puerto Rico. 1-0 to Hernaiz. Misses badly on the outer half. Team Puerto Rico seems to have some momentum going right now. As I show Kike Hernandez talking with Nolan Arenado on the dugout. 2-0 count right now to Hernaiz. It seems to me as he reacts to the ball, as he makes some eye contact to Gadier Molina in the dugout, there seems to be a conscious effort to working the count right now. Takes a pitch down in the zone for a strike. 2-1 right now. Darrell Hernaiz, also an A prospect, looking to bring in his fellow A in at first. Oh, fouls off. A nice pitch that he could have done damage with down the middle. Let me take a look at the Dominican game. Nicaragua's up 1-0. Wow. Who had that? As there's a 3-0 count to Mark Vientos. Oh, Hernaiz gets a base hit. Cortez to third. Hernaiz falls out of the batter's box, only makes it to first. And Team Puerto Rico right now is in prime position for the first runs of the game as they get back-to-back hits to start the top of the 5th against Almeida and Team Colombia. Incredible job putting bat to ball, getting a really good swing on a really good pitch. Incredible job making contact there. As I mentioned earlier, the Dominican Republic down 1-0. Men on first and second against Mark Vientos with no outs, 3-0 count. The Dominican right now are in a little bit of trouble. Emmanuel Rivera, first pitch swinging, and it's an error on Gio Shaw, and the Team Puerto Rico takes the lead. Team Puerto Rico, vamos puñeta! 1-0 Team Puerto Rico, Emmanuel Rivera. Incredible job. Incredible job. Gio Urshela, pretty sure-handed third baseman, makes an incredible error. And over in Miami, it is bases loaded for Christopher Sanchez, who walks Mark Vientos as Nicaragua looks to do damage. Bases loaded, no outs. Team Puerto Rico, men on first and second, no outs as they drive in their first run of the game. Interesting events currently. Guys, don't forget to like the stream, retweet the stream. Don't forget to follow Sub with Shea and Shea and Sons. Guys, appreciate you guys in the chat. Thank you for joining us. A lot of action going right now in the World Baseball Classic as the Latino clubs are out there making damage, but it's not who you think. Nicaragua, 1-0. Bases loaded, no outs. Team Puerto Rico, men on first and second, no outs. Eddie Rosario's up. Eddie. Swings, first pitch. Here we go. 0-1 right now to Eddie Rosario. Makes contact on the outer half, goes down 2-0. Christopher Sanchez is struggling right now for Team Dominican. Eddie Rosario, 0-2 count, no outs. Man on second and first. Rosario rips it down the line. 3 straight hits for Team Puerto Rico as they bring in another runner. 2-0. Boricua, vamos puñeta. Ahora, coño. Vamos Boricua, puñeta. Pa' que tú lo sepas. Ah, fue puñeta. Pa' que tú lo sepas. Vamos puñeta. Ahora. Puñeta. Eddie Rosario, big time hit. Christopher Sanchez, up 0-2, bases loaded against the Nicaraguans. Throws a ball in the dirt. Eddie Rosario, as the crowd chants his name, comes through huge on a fastball right over the plate and does damage with it. Lugo up to bat, takes the first pitch strike. No out still in the top of the 5th as the Puerto Ricans are getting some offense, finally. Currently 1-2 count. Christopher Sanchez against Mendoza of Team Nicaragua. Bases loaded, no outs. Lugo is now down 0-2. Man on the corner, no outs for Team Puerto Rico. Matthew Lugo takes a timeout. Christopher Sanchez looks to get a strikeout. 1 out right now in that Dominican game. Huge inning for Nicaragua. Urshela gets a grounder. 1 out. Holds the runner at third. We got runners at second and third. Team Puerto Rico has a chance to bring in 2 more runs. 1 out. Team Rubio right now is feeling it. And the vibes in that stadium feel extremely high. Am I doing that good on commentary, Ibby? Be honest. If I'm doing that good, thank you. I'm trying here. I'm trying to go back and forth through the games. Man on second and third for Team Puerto Rico, 1 out. As Martin Maldonado takes a curve on the outer half. 2 men in scoring position. A hit right here opens the game up extremely huge for Puerto Rico, as Seth Lugo seems to be out of the game as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Rosario holds at third. Martin Maldonado, RBI single. Team Rubio. Vamos, puñeta. Wave the bandera con su corazón, puñeta. Ahora. Here we go, Martin. Woo! Christopher Sanchez right now dealing to a batter, Mr. Trujillo. Bases loaded. 0-0 count. Starts him off 1-0. And it looks like Team Colombia is making a pitching change as the Puerto Ricans come to live, top of the fifth. We're going to head on over to the Dominican game currently. Bases loaded. 1 ball, no out. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 out for Emmanuel Trujillo. First career WBC appearance. As Cy Young votes getter, Christopher Sanchez deals. Gets a swinging strike on the other half at 96 miles per hour for Christopher Sanchez. I see in the chat codes what's going on. Vamos, puñeta, ahora coño, con la bandera en mi mano, en mi corazón. Christopher Sanchez, the 1-1, swing and a miss on a changeup on the outer half. 1-2 count to Trujillo as there's bases loaded for Team Nicaragua against the Dominican to start this game off, which I myself had as possibly a mercy game, which it could still be that. But currently right now, Team Nicaragua with the advantage to put up some damage in Miami against the Dominican. The 1-2, Sanchez bouncing it over to Austin Wells, 2-2 count. Two count, bases loaded, Cy Young Award, vote getter, Christopher Sanchez trying to save Team DR from falling more than 1 run behind and gets the strikeout. Christopher Sanchez, dirty stuff. Beautiful sweeping pitch across the plate, left to right action, is now looking to get out of this inning without much damage being done. Bases loaded jam. Christopher Sanchez dealing right now. Into the game for Team Colombia, David Lordui. Jesus Christ. I can't say some of these names. You're going to have to bear with me, guys. 1 out. Men on the corners. Team Puerto Rico, top of the fifth, are feeling it in Puerto Rico. Willie Castro, one of the more seasoned hitters for Team Puerto Rico. Huge opportunity to get an insurance run as Puerto Rico looks to go up 4-0 in the top of the fifth. Colombia needs to get out of this. First pitch swinging, foul. I think Christopher Sanchez got out of the jam as it's commercial break currently for the Dominican. Huge inning for Christopher Sanchez as we head back over to Puerto Rico. The 0-1, Sanchez, Castro with a awful pitch as he swung at down in the dirt. 0-2 right now. Willie Castro, 0-2. Man on the corners, 1 out. We need something here from Willie Castro. Let's get some insurance here. The 0-2. Castro! Castro, in comes Rosario, going to second base is Castro, and in comes the insurance run. Oh no, they held Maldonado. I thought Maldonado could come home. Second and third, Willie Castro, huge insurance double for Team Rubio. 4-0, top of the fifth. Bravo, con la bandera, puñeta. Team Puerto Rico. We were complaining about their offense. Anthony goes, puts the baby down, and we wake up. Boricua. Heliot Ramos swings and misses for strike one. 1 out still. Men on second and third. The lineup for Team Puerto Rico getting it done. Small ball, beautiful. Ramos swings on a pitch up in his own. Is going deep to the warning track. Oh, what a touch! Oh, it's going to be a sacrifice fly as Martín Maldonado comes in to score. It is now 5-0 Puerto Rico. The runner second also advances. Beautiful job from Heliot Ramos as Team Puerto Rico goes up 5-0. Beautiful. A lot of action right now. Tons of action right now. Oh my God. I need to catch my breath. Nolan Arenado, trying to dispel rumors of him being American or Puerto Rican, has a chance of bringing another insurance run. As there are men on third base with 2 outs. Nolan Arenado just needs to get a base hit. Takes a pitch for a strike. He's down 0-2 in the count. Arenado, clap, 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 clap. Arenado with a little dribbler between the pitcher and the catcher. Can he make the play at first? Bounces it and gets the slow running Arenado as the 5-run 5th inning comes to an end. Team Puerto Rico lightens up the night in the World Baseball Classic. 5 runs for Team Rubio. I know Anthony is with the baby right now, wondering what's going on. Juan Soto up with a man on second for the Dominican. As Christopher Sanchez does an incredible job of holding the Dominicans down to 1 run. As they were in big danger with Team Nicaragua, who had bases loaded, no outs, and they only were able to score 1 run. Juan Soto takes a pitch over the plate for a strike, 2-1 count. Look in my eyes, tell me what you see. The cult of personality. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. Let's go. Soto rolls it over to second base. Runner goes to third. It is 1 out right now in the bottom of the 1st inning. As Ketel Marte is on third base. I don't know who's up for the Dominican. I'm going to take a look right now, folks. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. gets the insurance run and ties this game up. Not the insurance run, the lead run. As not the lead run, the tying run in. The lead run. Yes, I know I'm not going crazy. Dominicans go up 2-1 quickly as they answer back to the early threat that Team Nicaragua posed in front of the Dominican. Look in my eyes, tell me what you see. So how did the Dominicans score that first run is a mystery to me. Vladdy gets the go-ahead run. Let me go into MLB. Let's see. Incredible job by Team Puerto Rico for just putting up a 5 spot. Really something I didn't see them doing, honestly, with all due respect. They did a great job of escaping damage early in the 2nd inning, and I believe in the 4th inning with Lugo really finding himself in big jams, but get a big throw by Heliot Ramos to hold the runners at 2nd and 3rd, and then you get a big double play in the 4th inning for Seth Lugo to escape the jam. And Seth Lugo's not done, boys and girls. He's going to get about maybe 1 or 2 more batters as we're going the full 65 pitches right now. He's at 58 to start the bottom of the 5th. I believe this might be his last batter as he's 1-1 right now to Vuelvas, the center fielder Lugo, the 1-1. Outside for a ball. Lugo, the 2-1. Pitch number 61 is now 3-1. He is 4 pitches away from the limit. So this is definitely his last batter. Team Puerto Rico with the 5 spot in the top of the 5th. Outside, he walked him. I don't know. Are we going to pull him out of this game now? Yeah, that'll be it for Seth Lugo. He tried to get him another batter, but the pitch count for the first round, 65. He's at 62. When you head to the second round, it's 80. And the championship game, or championship round, excuse me, is 85. I have to say, incredible job by Seth Lugo. He found himself in 2 huge jams and escaped them based off soft contact with his defense doing their job. Seth Lugo did an incredible job for Team Puerto Rico in his first outing for the Rubios. We're heading to the bullpen now. Rico Garcia is coming out to appear in his first World Baseball Classic, I believe. Okay, so Tatis got on base, and I think Ketel Marte hit a base hit down the line, and that scored Tatis. Tatis plus runner. There we go. Yeah, that's what happened. Okay, so some good hitting right now for the Dominicans down in Miami as they take the lead right now. A lot of action going on. This is all without the Americans, who are the main event tonight at 8 p.m. We will be there for the Americans against Brazil. Trying to go check out social media right now. My co-host is doing daddy duty, so I'm here alone. If you're here in the chat, don't forget to like the stream, retweet the stream, hit the notification bell on Shea and Sons, and also on Subway to Shea. He is one of my favorite content creators. I hope I'm one of his as well. And one of my very good buddies I found through the content creation game. Very good gentleman. Shout out to Anthony. Bringing people together. Yeah, for the World Baseball Classic. And I'm getting good reviews from my commentary. Apparently, Ibby's enjoying my good energy. I'm stumbling over some words, brother, but I'm trying to get through it. A lot of action going on. Rico Garcia with the Mets, the Yankees, and the Orioles starts off the bottom of the 5th in his first outing. First WBC appearance for Rico Garcia. Starts it off with a strike. The 0-1 with a man on first to the 9-hole hitter of Colombia. Takes a pitch on the outer half. Very close. 1-1. Let's take a look at the Dominican right now. I believe they are now pitching against Nicaragua. They are up 2-1 in the top of the 2nd. Rico Garcia, the 1-1 with a man on first. Swing and a foul behind. 94 miles per hour for Rico Garcia, who showed real promise with all 3 clubs, the Yankees, the Mets, and the Orioles, as he bounced around quite a bit last year. And has finally latched onto a club. He believes he's with the Baltimore Orioles now full time. So shout out to Rico Garcia for impressing a lot of major league clubs last year. Gets another foul ball as Frias, the 9-hole hitter, seems to be battling right now with a lot of fastballs up in the zone. Seth Lugo, 4 innings, 3 hits, 3 Ks, 2 walks on 62 pitches, just before the pitch limit. We are in the bottom of the 5th, 1-2, with a man on first. Rico Garcia, formerly of the Mets, the Yankees, and currently with the Orioles. The 1-2, the pitch. High, 2-2. This is a huge inning for Team Puerto Rico, as Seth Lugo did a great job getting out of damage, getting away from damage, working with a lot of base runners. We need to not burn through this bullpen if you're rooting for Team Puerto Rico like I am. The 2-2 inside, 3-2, 96 miles per hour for Rico Garcia. Full count right now to Garcia, man on first, no outs, bottom of the fifth. The 3-2 swing, fouled off. 96 miles per hour again. And I think Christopher Sanchez is currently struggling right now in Miami, as I believe Team Nicaragua has tied the game. 2-2. The Dominican are struggling. The 3-2 from Rico Garcia. Ball 4 up in the zone. Man on first and second for the Colombians with no outs. Christopher Sanchez is struggling right now. He is already at 34 pitches, top of the second. Not faring well. Dusty Baker, head coach of Team Nicaragua, has these boys fired up. It's beautiful to see a lot of these countries that are not favorites to just come out and be competitive. Rico Garcia now to the leadoff hitter. Campero starts him off with a splitter for a strike down the middle, 0-1. In tournament history for Team Puerto Rico, Seth Lugo now has the tied for the most strikeouts. He's also tied with Jose De Leon. Inside, 1-1 to Campero, as Rico Garcia is not finding the strike zone right now. Christopher Sanchez gives up another hit and is looking, and it's not looking good. And the runner scores as I believe Soto bobbles the ball. 3-2 Nicaragua over the Dominican. Who had that on their bingo card? Christopher Sanchez is struggling. Oh boy. Not a good look for the Dominican. The 1-2 count to Campero, the leadoff hitter. Swings at a pitch high in the zone, pops it up to second base as Willie Castro gets it for the first out of the inning. 1-2. Oh, men on first and second. Excuse me. Christopher Sanchez, Cy Young Award vote getter, excuse me, is struggling in Miami right now against Team Nicaragua as there is a mound visit right now. Sanchez not getting a lot of help from his defense as some guy that the Mets employ in left field can't come up with a simple base hit. And it extends the runner to go from third to home as the Nicaraguans take the lead in Miami against the Dominican. Second batter in the lineup for the Colombians, up with 1 out, man on second and third. Rico Garcia starts him off with a 1-1 count right now. Jose Mosquera, manager of the Colombians, looking for his team to get some runs on the board. Rico Garcia trying to work out of a jam. Swing and a miss. 94 miles per hour up in the zone. Some heat from Garcia as Arroyo swings right through it. Arroyo, pretty good average hitter, hits for some power, good control of the zone. His swing is a little compact, has some quick hands, stays on balance for the most part. Looks to put the ball in play for the Colombians, trying to avoid a double play here as the Puerto Ricans has found ways to get out of some jams so far in this game alone. Rico Garcia, the 1-2, bounces it to home, 2-2. And I think, yep, the inning is still going for Christopher Sanchez in Miami. Not looking good for the Dominican. So Frito in the building says he needs the pitching for Team Puerto Rico to tighten up. A lot of pitches. I agree. A lot of pitches. A lot of pitches. The 2-2 up in the zone, ball 3. Rico Garcia is finding a little trouble in the zone with his fastball. I believe that's a few fastballs now that he's missed high. The 3-2 count. 1 out, man on second and first. Garcia swing, fouls it back. 94 miles per hour. Would have been a strike. So protecting the plate there is Arroyo. And on the hands, looked like a strike. As we take a glance back over what's going on in Miami, I believe the inning is still ongoing for Christopher Sanchez. Michael Arroyo, 3-2 count. Man on second and first. Swing and a miss. Rico Garcia. Vamos, puñeta, con la bandera en mi mano y en mi corazón. Coño. 2 outs. Puerto Rico looks to get out of another jam via their pitching and their defense. Christopher Sanchez still pitching in this second inning for the Dominican, laboring as Huáscar Brazoban is warming up for Team Dominican. Ball 1 to Rodriguez, 3-hole hitter for Team Colombia. 357 hitter in the Mexican League. He's 0-2 tonight with a strikeout and a pop-up. 1-0. Men on first, men on second. Rico Garcia. Little bit of a control issue right now for Garcia. Gets him to swing through a changeup on the outer half of the plate. 1-1. Rodriguez, formerly known as a Yankee prospect, is now currently in the Mexican League. 1-1. Outside. 2-1. The pitch count is rising for relief pitcher Rico Garcia. As Sofrito mentioned, the pitching for Team Puerto Rico needs to tighten up quite a bit. Not looking sharp right now. As Team Nicaragua gets another hit off Christopher Sanchez, the Dominican are in trouble. Christopher Sanchez, first time in his career, has allowed 6 hits in the first 2 innings and has ran out the game. As the Puerto Ricans get out of the jam, Rico Garcia and the Puerto Ricans are up to bat now as we head to the 6th inning. What a turn of events, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony went to go play daddy duties.
I missed nothing, right?
He missed
I
nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Chaos. Absolute chaos, my friend.
5-0. Thank goodness. I mean, I'd rather have the 5 runs than nothing right now.
Did you get to see any of it, my brother?
I did.
Okay.
I had him on the shoulder, had the phone like this. It worked out.
Just a heads up. While you were away, I was jumping in and out of the Dominican game, and Christopher Sanchez is ran out of the game.
The Phillies.
The Nicaraguan team is up 3-2 in the second inning against the Dominican.
That's wild.
What a start for the World Baseball Classic, huh?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Woo!
That taking Jose Quintana out after 31 pitches really seemed to have worked. It never fails.
I mean, how many times are we going to say this, right?
The
guy looked like he was unhittable. They yanked him, being a little bit too cute, and next thing you know, Puerto Rico, 5 runs. You gotta love it.
Now I could add this score to the bottom here. We'll add the Dominican Republic score. Wow, still top of the second. Whew.
I have a lot of Dominican friends on this app, mainly my buddy from NYYU. Shout out to those buddies over in Yankee Town, Mr. Kevin. I hope he's doing well.
Francis too, right? Francis, I think.
Francis too, yeah. But Francis is also half of us. He's split. So I've even heard rumors Francis went Team Rubio on himself.
Ooh.
Which is pretty awesome. So I don't know if you heard, Juan Soto had a little bit of a fiasco in left field with the base hit. I don't know if you saw that yet.
I did not see that. Better now than with the Mets later.
He actually, it wasn't looking too good, Anthony. Oh boy. Oh yeah, man. I'm gonna be keeping an eye on that game.
I got the score now on our little ticker here on the bottom. So 3-2.
How about Team Nicaragua, man? How about it?
I'll have to keep game day open.
I'm gonna keep my eyes on it because Mark Vientos is now up with 1 out. Men on second and first. Mark Vientos
against Huasca Brazaban.
Met versus Met drama right now in Miami.
I saw Sofrito say that the Puerto Rico pitching needs to tighten up. Yeah, I agree. But if this is them at their worst, hey, let them work out the kinks right now.
You know, you leave my guy Cortez, who I've been praising, gets things going with the hit. And then, you know, Castro gets on base and a big hit by Rosario. Elio Ramos almost hits a home run.
Eddie Rosario?
Eddie Rosario.
The guy that's done.
The guy that's done. But you said it. You put on your jersey and you get these superpowers and things just happen.
I don't want to toot our own horn here. But have we not nailed almost everything that's happened in this tournament so far?
We've been on it, buddy. We've been very prepared for every single scenario. It's been fun. Brazaban got Vientos to strike out, and I think he got out of the jam. How about Brazaban? Hernaiz is up. He actually got in the thick of things with a single and a scored a run. Also, another
Sanchez threw 43 pitches.
Yeah,
so I think he's done for the first round, right? He can't come back. Is that how that works?
I think he can, based off days of rest or something like that. He can't go for 4 or 5 days.
Got it.
So yeah, arguably it could be done. It depends though. If they somehow lose this game, he might still. Yeah, not good. His final line: 1 inning and 1/3, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. Actually struck out 4 batters in 1 inning, which is very rare.
Julio Rodriguez, Austin Wells, Geraldo Perdomo up in the bottom of the second.
Wild times right now in the World Baseball Classic. Huh, Anthony? Everybody pegged that Dominican game to be a blowout. We were struggling for runs, and we get 5 of them.
This is what you live for these games, right? I mean,
baseball.
This is baseball in the spring.
Mm-hmm. We got 2 early outs in this inning. Rico Garcia came in, struggled a little bit, but was able to get out of the jam. If we do recall, he was with us. He was really good with the Mets.
He was
decent, okay. I guess
they let him go.
Yeah, man, he did find a home in Baltimore. So kudos to Rico Garcia.
Problem is he was, he did come to the Mets, but he had to be a part of the taxi squad, and life is not long on the taxi squad.
Correct, Mundo. But kudos to him. He is now on a major league roster. So
things are warming up now for Team USA versus Brazil. They're getting ready to get underway in about just a little over 10 minutes.
Ibby was saluting my broadcasting abilities. I stumbled a bit, but
I loved it, man.
It was getting exciting.
And shout out to everyone. We got 235 people right now hanging out with us. If I didn't mention you before, we got Brian in here as well. David was in here for a little bit. Slapshot Pod, Ibby, Jacob Petruzzi's in the house. Papa Swing Things as well. And Shanti, always a part of it. Kuz as well. And Safrita Soul Power as well. So appreciate you all for tuning in and being a part of the stream here. As Puerto Rico leads 5-0, Dominican Republic down 3-2, and USA, Brazil getting ready. 10 o'clock, Chinese Taipei and the Czech Republic.
Didn't
Chinese Taipei just lose to Japan? And they're playing again?
Yeah,
I don't know how the day works in Japan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not even going to begin to try to figure that out, but
well, this is actually a very important game between Chinese Taipei and Czech Republic. You lose this game and you're pretty much done. They're both 0-2 to start.
I've been saying for about a day now that the Americans and the Dominican are going to win by like 10, 15 runs. And
keep making those predictions.
Yeah, I mean, crazy. Listen. Team Nicaragua with Dusty Baker, they were not hearing that. Dusty Baker had these boys ready to play, man.
That's the only thing I said. I said this team may not win anything, but with Dusty Baker's going to make them 10 times better than they really are.
Yeah.
And if he keeps them feisty and keeps, Dominican could still put up 10 runs at some point, but, keep them on their heels right now.
Austin Wells, known Dominican, is at bat right now. I'm gonna take a look at that at bat. He's their number one catcher, as their number one catcher normally is in Houston, Yanier Diaz. Quick update. Sean Manaea gets a strikeout right now in Port St. Lucie. First batter. Attaboy, Sean. We need that. Sean Manaea, my pick for frustrating Met of the Year.
I thought you were going to say comeback player of the year.
Frustrating or lovable. We might fall in love with him. We might want to kill him. We paid the man. He needs to do a job. So I'm going to be a little hard on him.
It feels like we're so far away from the tribal chief.
Yeah, Solo Sikoa is definitely there right now. We're trying to get back to Roman Reigns levels.
Yeah, at least, I mean, you got it. You nailed it. Solo Sikoa is the what is it? Comedic relief.
Yeah,
so I guess that fits. Bottom 6, 5-0 Colombia. I mean, 5-0 Puerto Rico.
Moran is in the game, lefty.
Giovanni Moran.
AAA pitcher. I wish they gave what club they pitched for. I really do wish they did that.
He was out of I have him in here out of Boston last season. He made 2 appearances. Gave up 2 hits, 2 runs. I assume that they were unearned runs because he has a 0 ERA in those appearances. Pitched for Minnesota in 2023 and 2022. And then I guess he's been in the minors ever since. And then now he was back. Or is this 2026? So this must be spring. This must be a spring stat with Boston. Yep. No, they just mentioned it now. Boston. First pitch swinging. You love to see it. Solano out.
Yeah,
Harold Ramirez was giving a little bit of fits to Seth Lugo, I saw.
Yeah. That might become a little bit of a trend as we get towards the later part of this game where the Colombians are trying to generate some offense. They might get a little bit ahead of themselves and early in the count. Cortez almost gets that ball as it's in foul territory. Do you think we need to use Edwin Diaz in this game if it stays 5-0?
I wouldn't.
I don't think so neither.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't waste the bullets on it.
I agree. I'm with you. Totally with you on that.
Shout out to Harold Ramirez, 2 for 2 to start the evening. He was, like I said earlier, he was giving fits. Is that 3 for 3? Ooh, foul.
I wonder if MJ Melendez gets into this game at some point.
Yeah.
Wanted to see him. He didn't start. I know there was a lefty on the mound to start, but he didn't. I was wondering maybe a defensive substitution at some point.
Speaking of outfielders, shout out to AJ Ewing. Had a bloop single, stole a base, and made a nice play on defense.
Yeah, man, I'm really hoping for a future where our outfield is Soto, Benj, Ewing, and Morabito.
Yeah.
That'd be really fun. I mean, I know we have Robert for the year, but I'm thinking if things don't work out next year and they're just trying to stay within house, I wouldn't mind it. I think that's decent enough. And they always have, ammunition at the trade deadline and whatnot. But I do expect Robert to have a really good year. And I think that he'll try and look for a big contract come, the next offseason.
Well, and that's why David Stearns does what he does is in signing guys or trading guys with not that many years on them because he's trying to build up this farm system. And we're getting guys that are close. So you're going to see the Talkmans and the Melendezes come in, maybe get lightning out of the bottle for a year or two. Same thing with Robert. And then you go to the kids like Morabito and Carson Benj looking like he's ready to go on opening day. So
speaking of Talkman, very impressive. Very
he's a
impressive.
major leaguer, that's for sure.
Very impressive. Very smooth with the glove. I've liked what I've seen. What a strikeout on the knees. Beautiful job by Morang. How about this bullpen, Anthony?
They're looking good. They're looking good right now. And we talked about the strength of Team Puerto Rico being the pitching for the first time in the WBC's history. I mean, it's always been the offense, offense, offense. Now you have probably one of the strongest pitching staffs, top 5 at least. Could argue, top 3 could, but top 5 for sure.
Just a heads up, over in Miami, 2 outs. Fernando Tatis is batting with a man on first. The Dominican down a run in the bottom of the second. As we approach the United States, who I also got to keep an eye out on that. We're not done in Puerto Rico. We got 4 more innings. Got a lot of baseball going on.
Team USA getting ready to get underway with Brazil.
Urshela been on base twice. Excuse me, been on base only true at bat. He had a sac bunt in his second at bat, so he's 1 for 1.
I do like Yadi Molina as manager. There's something about catchers becoming managers that does something for me. I don't know what it is, but I do like him being in charge of this team.
You feel safe, right?
Yeah. I feel safe. I feel like he could get the best out of these guys. And I thought it would be Carlos Beltran, but he took the GM role, which is also good, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Brazil trying to get out this inning. Here we go. 3-2, 2 outs. Walked them. What are you saying? I apologize.
Brazil has no current MLB players, so got a lot of work cut out for them.
Yeah, if they're in tune with the Keith Jinx, then they have a good night ahead of them. Because Lord have mercy, Anthony. And what channel is the Americans on?
I think they're on Fox, like good old-fashioned Fox.
Got it. I expect the regular broadcast to be on for that game.
Yeah.
Little dribbler up to Moran. He makes quick work of the Colombians. 2-out walk does nothing. As Puerto Rico is out in front of Colombia, 5-0. I believe we're heading into the 7th inning. I could be correct. I think so.
16 pitches for Moran.
Well done. I mean, this is exactly what we asked for from this team and Yadier Molina. I mean, we got really clutch pitching from Lugo, and everybody else has stepped up. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better opening day, honestly. Opening round game.
Yeah, Seth Lugo always looks like he's ready for the moment. Like he is nails when it comes to, 4 innings pitched today, just got to 62 pitches, 3 under the maximum, did what he had to do, got out of a big jam with a double play. And, what more could you ask for? The offense came a little bit later on. Rico Garcia struggled a little bit, kept them scoreless, and then Moran gives you just what you need in a 1-2-3 inning. Well, not a 1-2-3 inning because of the walk, but he makes quick work with the 16 pitches.
Absolutely. Social media must be going crazy right now with what's going on in Miami. It's 3-2.
Bottom of the second, though, there's 2 on, first and third, no 2 outs. And Kettle Marte, who I think either tied it or gave them the lead earlier.
He tied it with a big double that brought in Fernando.
So right now it's a 2-1 count in that game. Bottom of the second, 3-2. Nicaragua.
Francisco Alvarez leads off the inning with a double, and he hits it off in the warning. Oh my God, off the wall.
You love to see that.
Alvy.
You love to see power, Alvy.
Hell yeah.
All right. 2-2. 2 called strikes on Kettle Marte, so it's going to 2-2 count.
Apparently, I'm hearing Shaman and I look pretty sharp, Anthony.
I want to hear all the good news.
Yeah, good news only, right?
Good news only from the Mets. We've heard our fair share of bad.
Yep, the United States, the Americans, about to get underway in Houston, Texas, Daikin Park, welcoming the Brazilians and the Americans to start off play in that game as we are up 5-0 in Puerto Rico against Colombians, and the Nicaraguans are shocking everybody early in this game against the Dominican. 3-2, bottom of the second.
They need to do one of those like split screen things like they do on ESPN for this World Baseball Classic, so you can get a little taste of all of it. I would love to see that.
I would love to see that. Eddie Rosario, one of our big hits in that 5th inning came from him. Huge RBI. Also,
how about the captain?
Yeah, Maldonado, big hit, insurance runs, huge.
Big pitch coming up here by Medrano. 3-2. Man on first and third could load the bases with a walk here. Needs to get him out.
Oh, yeah, Marte, right? Yeah, I could tell. Okay. Huge for the Dominican right now. They
Foul
need
ball.
to get a run. Soto is on deck. As Rosario fouls one down the line. It looks like a packed house in Houston right now, Anthony. The American fans have shown up. Apparently to a tournament that doesn't matter, right?
Don't get me started, man. Don't get me started.
It looks like it matters to me.
If you can't fall in love with the WBC after this squad that they've just put together for you, I don't know what's going to get you to get into it.
Yeah, it's fun, man. It's
and you got to stop worrying about players getting hurt. They're going to get hurt no matter what.
Well, no matter what, yeah.
Kettle Marte battling here. 7 pitch at bat so far. 3-2 count.
How about Eddie Rosario on base for the 3rd time today? Works
the beard.
It's the beard. Absolutely. Puerto Rico.
And strikes out swinging. Kettle Marte.
Oh, my gosh. Huge.
End of the second. Wow, that is huge.
Huge. Just an update. Puerto Rico is playing in the Hiram Betel Stadium. They've only had 1 loss since 2006. 1 loss in that stadium. Puerto Ricans.
Just for the WBC, right?
Yeah.
WBC?
Yeah. Have 1 loss. They've been dominant since 2006. Man, Nicaragua is excited right now. Dusty Baker's boys.
I'm so glad that we're covering USA Today because your boy's on the mound, man.
My God,
on the mound.
Most underrated, unappreciated, East Coast hated. That guy. Well, man, where would the Mets be with a guy like Logan Webb, man? Sensational pitcher. Does the job. I'm really excited to see if we can get some Clay Holmes, you know, a little Clay Holmes.
When did he pitch last?
That's what I was wondering. I was actually going to ask you. I think he started a few days ago, right?
Yeah.
But has it been 5 days? I was wondering if we might see Clay today. I was curious about that.
I feel like he pitched on Monday.
That's what I was saying. I was thinking in my head he could get a relief or 2 inning. I was wondering about that.
We know Nolan McLean will be pitching game 4 against Italy. Yeah. We will have on Mr. Heels, Mark Healy.
My new best friend.
That's a perfect game for him. Nolan McLean's pitching. Team Italy. He's Italian. We make sure we pull out all the stops here.
And my sleeper team, man. Team Italy.
Team Italy, man.
Team Italy.
Could Nicaragua be a sleeper team if they pull this off?
Anthony, if they pull this out there, they don't have to do anything. That's it. They're good. They don't have to do anything. They get a dub against the Dominican, You know how many people put money on the Dominican to
run the table?
Mercy this team? Yeah. And to have a mercy win. We got 2 base runners right now, top of the 7th inning, as looks like the Colombians are on their heels, buddy. Puerto Rico's taking a little bit of it. And this is really, if we can just take a look at their point of view of things, they need to win today or tomorrow because they're going up against Puerto Rico and Canada back-to-back days, the 2 favorites for the group. And, they're considered maybe tied with probably Cuba for the 3rd best team in the group. So they got to show up at the very least tomorrow against Canada.
Yeah.
And I think Canada's better than them in my eyes.
I thought that this was the most important game for both teams, considering the pitching matchup.
Yes.
So far it's working out for Puerto Rico. Hopefully they close it out.
Anthony. Logan Webb got this big American mustache going.
Does he got the little twirl?
Not the twirl, but it's a nice thick Keith Hernandez mustache going right now. He's gonna pitch a no-hitter, buddy. Logan Webb.
A no-hitter for 3 innings.
Yeah.
He'd have to throw like what? Like 5 pitches an inning?
Yeah. Yeah. Oof. Could you? Oh my gosh. Some video game stuff.
Team USA getting ready to get underway here.
Captain Maldonado is up with men on 1st and 2nd, looking to do some damage as he had a huge hit, as you mentioned, returning from daddy duties. The real MVP. Big sack bunt here from Maldonado. Moves the runners over to 1st and 2nd.
Smart move.
Love it. Love to see it.
2 on, 1 out. 2nd and 3rd.
See, shout out to Mark Healy. This is some baseball he will love. We don't see this enough. We don't see bunting in Queens enough, right? We wish we saw it more. I guarantee you we'll see it a lot when Mark Healy's on, and he'll fall in love with this brand of baseball. That's why we got him on. I hope you're watching, buddy. We got you.
We talked about it having to be small ball, scratching across runs. Sometimes that's just enough in this tournament.
Absolutely.
Especially with the pitching that you have.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. If
Taipei could have been a little bit more patient, they may have been able to come back a little bit.
Yeah, and I keep going back to what we were told that night with Yuri about the plate discipline and how a lot of these guys, they're probably amped up because they're playing for their country and because this tournament only comes around every 3 innings. There's a lot of reasons to believe guys who work the count in a tournament where pitching counts are like at a premium, you're going to find yourself in a really good position to win some games.
Absolutely.
We're in commercial break right now. Team Puerto Rico. Huáscar Brazaban still on the mound for the Dominican. Two outs right now for the Dominican as they look to gain some momentum in this game where Team Nicaragua has answered the bell. Bo Takahashi takes the mound for Team Brazil as the Americans come up to bat. Bobby Witt Jr. leading off for Team America. Takes the strike. Bobby Witt. Willie Castro is being intentionally walked here to load the bases for Team Puerto Rico to get a righty-righty matchup. Pedro Garcia, the new pitcher for Team Colombia, on the mound. Against Hector Ramos. Swings first pitch, fouls it off. Update in Houston, Team USA, Bobby Witt with the little dribbler up the middle. Gets a infield base hit. Bobby Witt is on base to lead things off for Team USA. Bases loaded jam right now for the Colombians against the Puerto Ricans. Hector Ramos swings through a fastball down the middle, 0-2. We got action right now. Team Puerto Rico, bases loaded, 1 out. And Team USA, Bobby Witt is the first American on base for this year's World Baseball Classic. And Hector Ramos swings through a fastball up in the zone. Strikeout, 2 outs for the Puerto Ricans with bases loaded as Bryce Harper is up in Houston against the Brazilians. Takes a pitch for ball 1. Big strikeout there for the Colombians. It's Hector Ramos, who is one of the bigger power bats for Team Puerto Rico. Strikes through a pitch. Swings through a pitch for strike 3. And Nolan Arenado up with 2 outs, bases loaded. He can make a name for himself in front of the Puerto Rican faithful as Nolan Arenado is 0-3 with a pop-out and a strikeout tonight. Looks to have one of his bigger moments wearing the Puerto Rican shirt. First time in WBC history for Nolan Arenado. Swings! Do it deep! Oh, he almost hit a grand slam. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Oof.
I thought that was gone, Anthony.
Oh, Garcia trying to wake up the Colombian team after that.
Oh, my heart dropped. Soto's up right now for the Dominican. And Judge is on deck for Team USA. Reigning American League most valuable player, I believe, for his third time, I believe. I think he's a 3-time AL MVP or 2-time. One of the two. Bryce Harper now battling 2-2. And Juan Soto battling as well as he's leading off for the Dominican in the bottom of the third, 1-1. Soto swings and fouls off 91 down the middle of the pipe.
It would be interesting to see if Nicaragua can get another run here. How much more pressure starts to mount for the Dominican Republic?
Very good point. Anthony, I need your opinion on this Brazil jersey. It looks boring as hell. You're not wrong, man.
I don't mind the hat.
Yeah, the hat is nice.
I think they've done a good job with mostly all the hats. See, I even like Great Britain's hat, but then their jersey is just so plain.
Bryce Harper strikes out, but on the strikeout, Bobby Witt Jr. steals second base. So there's 1 out, man on second. Aaron Judge comes up for Team United States of America. Juan Soto is currently battling on a 2-2 count as he leads off the bottom of the third for the Americans. For the Dominicans. Soto rolls over, foul. 2-2 remains for Juan Soto. Pitching count right now for this Nicaraguan starter is at 51. So this should be his last batter. Aaron Judge sees a pitch for a ball to start off his World Baseball Classic campaign as the captain. Juan Soto takes a pitch on the inner half, 3-2, as he Soto shuffles at this starting pitcher for Nicaragua, who is at pitch 52. Probably his last batter.
Aaron Judge, unbelievable. The captain with a 2-run home run.
Oh, about to see it now. Here we go.
Unbelievable.
He was the biggest bet getter for a home run, too. I'm about to watch it now.
Unbelievable. Unreal. looking for his playoff type moment, and he got the first one right there, right? First at bat.
Oh my God. Aaron Judge, man.
What more could you say?
Only time I could root for him. Soto gets a single, by the way. Judge hit a rocket. My God. Oh, he hung it. Schwarber now up.
Yaxel Rios on the mound.
Oh. Schwarber would have hit. 3 of the top 4 Americans have gotten a hit so far. We got baseball euphoria right now. Puerto Rico is up 5-0 as there begins a little bit of drizzle in Puerto Rico. Team Nicaragua with the stunner so far, up 3-2 early though, bottom of the third, and the Americans get off to a roaring start. Aaron Judge, 2-run home run at the start of the World Baseball Classic for his first campaign as captain for the Americans. It's coming down now in Puerto Rico.
Team USA, that USA Brazil game might be over before the Puerto Rican game.
I kind of hope it is.
Could you imagine if they had went up 13-0 in the first inning, and then it's
I think it could happen. Oh, what a play by Helio Ramos! Lovely play in foul territory as he fights off some drizzles. Starting to come down a little bit in Puerto Rico. 2 outs, bottom of the 7th. Yaxel Rios, former Met, invite to camp. I remember that. Team Nicaragua with a diving catch of Manny Machado. Oh my God. Yo, Nicaragua, Anthony. Oh my God. Diving web gems off Manny Machado. What is going on right now?
We might be finishing off the night watching that game, honestly.
Yeah, the Nicaraguan game.
I'm just seeing the visual of the Aaron Judge home run right now because I have them on game day while I'm watching the Puerto Rico game. And man, unbelievable, Aaron Judge.
This rain now in Puerto Rico is clearing out. Yaxel Rios cannot grip the ball. He overthrows the catcher. It's coming down pretty bad right now in Puerto Rico. There might be a rain delay in Puerto Rico.
I wonder if they can call the game. Can they call the game?
It's 5 runs, passive and fitting. Why not?
Yeah.
Junior Caminero up for the Dominican, one of their better young hitting prospects. I wouldn't even call him a prospect, young star. Yaxel Rios reaching 98 miles per hour. This rain is getting really, really bad. It looks a little windy in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, the fans are going into, they're leaving the stands right now.
Alex Bregman now works a walk as Team Brazil has only gotten 1 batter out through the first 5 batters of Team USA. Caminero down 0-2 with 2 outs as the Dominican are trailing the Nicaraguans 3-2. And he gets a base hit. Junior Caminero. What a stud. Yaxiel Rios looking to get out of this very wet inning. 2-2. 2 outs. The pitch. Rolls over to the short and second, and they get him. Call the game. We won. You're muted, brother.
I was going to say, you got to get a little worried that this ball gets a little slippery and these infielders start throwing it all over the place.
Yeah.
But they get out of the inning. That's through 7.
Sean is in the building in Houston, and he had a beautiful video. I'll send it to you now of the Judge home run. Sean had a great view of that. Things are cooking for the Americans and the Dominicans right now, as the Americans got Cal Raleigh, the big thumper, with 2 men on and 1 out. 7th player in Major League Baseball history with 60-plus home runs. Switch hitting catcher, as he was an incredible player last year for the Mariners. What a story Cal Raleigh was.
How many home runs did he hit again?
62. And the Team Dominican get a huge hit to tie the game as Juan Soto comes all the way around to score. Julio Rodriguez plays hero. 3-3 right now in Miami, as there's 2 outs, men on the corner. What looks like the game of the night. At 64 pitches, Dusty Baker is now pulling his starter. You got to give him a lot of credit. Holding the Dominican down 3 runs through 3 innings. That's pretty darn good.
That's it at that point. I mean, you can't face another batter.
Julio, huge hit.
So 3-3 game, Nicaragua, Dominican Republic, 2-0 USA, still in the top of the first, 1 out, 2 on, 5-0 at the end of 7 for Puerto Rico.
You know, last year watching Cal Raleigh hit as a catcher, it just makes you just like to do that as what he did as a catching, like a player who catches and is a really good catcher, switch hitter too. What an awesome player, man. He challenged Judge most of the way, you know, for that MVP. He taps it to the back to the mound. The only play is at first. There's men on second and third, 2 outs. Schwarber and Bregman advance. And Roman Anthony, the replacement for Corbin Carroll now, comes in to the batter's box.
And this is an important at bat. You're trying to keep it to 2-0. They break this open 4-0. You kind of breaking the hearts right at the beginning of the game on Brazil here.
Looks like there's no rain delay going on in Puerto Rico. We're heading to the top of the 8th inning. We're almost done. Puerto Rico up 5-0. Big spot here for Roman Anthony as the United States are up 2-0 off of Aaron Judge's towering home run. Oof, Roman Anthony swings at a pitch up in the zone. Ferocious swing, actually.
Left-handed Yapson Gomez is coming in for Colombia to face the Puerto Ricans. As Keith said, Roman Anthony at the plate, 2-2 count against Takahashi.
I think we got to give a lot of credit to how Yadier Molina has managed this game too. Bullpen has done incredibly well. We were questioning some guys who didn't start this game, and he trusted his guys. So we got to give a lot of credit to Yadier Molina.
Roman Anthony grounds out, and the Brazilians get out of the jam. 2-0. That's huge for them. Not saying that they're going to come back and win, but it's better to be down 2-0 than 4 or 5-0.
Yeah, my prediction was if they could get to the 6th inning, like that's been
right.
right.
You said that, yeah.
If they could get to the 6th inning, regardless of the score, it's a win for Brazil. my guy is batting for Puerto Rico, Cortez.
Bottom of the third, 3-3, first and third for Austin Wells. Pitching change as Danilo Bermudez is going to replace Ronald Medrano. Medrano.
You know, I have to point the uncomfortable conversation that I'm most famously known for is Bryce Harper seems so buddy with Aaron Judge that almost makes you wonder, right? You hope it doesn't happen, right? You know what I'm alluding to. It's almost like
Bryce Harper in the Bronx.
Oh man, where he technically should have been, but we all know what happened there. So. Thankfully, it didn't happen, but it almost doesn't matter because he went to Philly. So at that point, like, which knife do you want to slice your wrist, right?
And it's crazy that Washington won a World Series right after he left.
Yep.
Showing Kike Hernandez in the dugout. Thought he was going to be able to come back and play, but he's still on the injured list.
Yeah, he's still hurt. Yeah, he's there just showing some support for the boys. Just an update right now. Austin Wells down 0-2 with men on the corners, 2 outs. Big moment here for Austin Wells. Maybe he could earn some stripes in that dugout with a big hit here.
Yeah. Shout out everybody that's joining us for this watch party in the chat. Appreciate you.
Yeah, guys, don't forget, like the stream, retweet the stream, hit the notification bell for Subway to Shea and Shea and Sons. Appreciate all the support. Appreciate all the collaborations, all the guests. And we're going to keep going, man. We're having a lot of fun doing this. This has been really, really fun. We're just starting.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a little button on the live stream here that does the like and subscribe. There you go. Boom. Like and subscribe. Bam, right there.
As it looks like Julio Rodriguez tried to steal second, and the Nicaraguans get him.
Picked off.
He picked them off. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm watching it now.
Novoa at catcher picks him off.
The Nicaraguans, though, they're in a tie game as the Dominican do a great job getting back into it.
You got to wonder, like, so I mentioned earlier, if Nicaragua gets more runs, like, what is the pressure for Dominican Republic? But also, like, how does Nicaragua feel right now that it's just 3-3 and not worse? You know, like, are they feeling confident? Feeling a lot better about things?
Well, I'll tell you what. What's interesting about this game is if the Dominican win and it's a close game, you got to look at the game that happened earlier with the Venezuelans. And did Logan Webb give up a home run? He did. Brazil starts things off with a home run. Goddamn.
Lucas Ramirez homers on a fly ball to right center field.
Okay, what is going on?
This is the World Baseball Classic, baby.
Oh my God. I don't even know. This is crazy. Oh my God. Another this ball's dying with the weather. Yeah. And Manuel Rivera almost hits a home run. 3 up, 3 down for the Puerto Ricans. We go to the bottom of the 8th.
It's the weather.
Yeah.
The weather's not going to let any ball carry out of there tonight.
Yeah.
I think the Cubans hit 2 home runs. I know Yoan Moncada hit a home run.
Yeah, he did.
That was a big one.
Okay, Logan Webb, my guy, gets touched up on the first batter. My gosh. You know what? I did say that Nicaragua and Brazil were going to get mercy ruled. And here we are, both teams fighting early, but fighting. The World Baseball Classic. Attaboy.
Shout out to Sean Manai. I'm pretty sure you mentioned this earlier. 3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 1 run, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. So
not bad.
Good start for him in his first start of the spring. Hopefully that continues. Christopher Sanchez is two earned runs, 6 hits, 1 walk.
Anthony, tonight has been a fun night of baseball.
We don't get these, like, you know, when you are just watching a Mets game, it's hard to, like, you're not getting this atmosphere. That's why I love what we've started here doing this. I mean, we were in talks to do WBC stuff, what, since like November, December, we started talking about it.
Oh my God, they almost hit another home run. He's flying out. He almost hit another home run. Logan Webb is pissed. Oh shit. Yeah, like we're watching the Mets, we'll have a moment or two, but we're just usually watching the Mets. We're watching like do or die games right now with their countries.
It is for some of these teams. It is.
Yeah.
Tonight, Chinese Taipei and Czech Republic. That's do or die.
Yeah.
Like, just to survive. Brazil's just looking to survive themselves.
Yo, bananas right now. There's got to be some nerves here too. Like it has to be.
Of course,
has to be, man.
We talked about it throughout the entire previews and breakdowns. How big of a deal this is for Team Dominican Republic as well as USA. How they need to, like, the bullseye's on their back for this, and they're in such harder pools than Japan is. Japan
Colombia,
is a complete team.
Colombia, first base runner in like forever. Base hit up the middle. Almost wish he could have left Yaxiel Rios, right, Anthony?
Yeah. Angel Reyes on the mound for the Puerto Ricans. Played in the Puerto Rican Winter League.
Dante Bichette Jr., the brother of newly signed Met, Bo Bichette.
Yeah. I know Bo Bichette declined to play for Team Brazil, and I assume it had to do with contract stuff, you know, getting that contract ready.
Also, kind of happy he did.
Yeah.
He's got a lot going on anyways in Port St. Lucie, you know?
Of course.
Learning a new spot, position, and everything.
Craig Kimbrell had 2 strikeouts in a scoreless inning.
Okay, love to hear it.
That's a guy that I think is going to make this bullpen.
You think?
I think so.
Yeah. Is that like one of those situations where you think he makes it and it's like they hold on to him for like a week or two and they just figure out if he can latch on?
Yeah, I think they see if he can. They're going to just take as much as they can out of him. Like, he's the veteran guy. He's closed before.
Yeah.
You know, name recognition. I think that gets him as one of the final spots in the bullpen.
Interesting. He has opportunity, man.
Yeah. Nice pitch by Reyes there.
Yeah.
He's going to need to. He's got 3. He's 3-1.
Just an update right now. Logan Webb is about to throw his 18th pitch for the first inning. Not good. Strikes out. Dante Bichette Jr. looking. Attaboy. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Double play in Puerto Rico. Only gets the lead runner at second. All right.
You get worried. You tend to get worried when these pitchers, their pitch count goes up. But for like Team USA, I mean, a star-studded pitching staff, along with what's supposed to be in Dominican Republic too with Christopher Sanchez. But, you know, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Nice play by Arenado, getting the lead runner at second. Fast runner, so we couldn't turn 2. So good that we pocketed it. There's still an opportunity there for a double play as Puerto Rico looks to get out of the 8th inning as we head to the 9th. Colombia, man, they started off threatening and they just could not get the big hit when it mattered. They threatened in the second, they threatened in the 4th, and just empty since then.
They had the opportunities.
Yes, they did.
And once you fail multiple times, that pressure continues to build for Colombia. But now Puerto Rico builds the confidence that they need, and they've been shutting out ever since. So, great job by,
confidence
great
is a great
job.
word. It's a great word, confidence. I really do think that it does fill us with confidence because we had questions about this offense, and they performed. They performed. They did their job. Now, they have to. I would hope for them to be able to win every other game, probably outside of the Canada game. But I'm wondering. I was going to ask you, when we play Colombia, do we avoid the Moniello storm that is Livan Moniello for Cuba? I said Canada, Cuba.
Yes,
I think we avoid him, right?
Today, did he not pitch today? Right?
Yeah. When do we play Cuba?
We play Cuba. I think that's the second game. I think that's next.
Okay, so we avoid him. Okay.
Let me check the schedule.
Because I was worried about that.
Yeah, let me check the schedule here. Let's bring up the schedule. Next up for Puerto Rico is, oh no, I'm sorry, Panama. So that's okay. One day.
Then a day off, right?
Then they have a day off. Then they play. I don't know. It's a possibility.
We might face Moniello, right?
Yeah, it's a possibility. They play them again on Monday. So no, right?
No. Yeah,
not enough time off.
No. Almost, Jesus, almost.
Yeah,
almost.
It also depends on how many pitches he threw in his game.
Yeah, that's true. Byron Buxton leading off for the Americans. Top of the second inning. United States up 2-1. Your Puerto Rican game right now. We are up 5-0 against Colombia. Bottom of the eighth. 2 outs, men on first. 2-2 count. Currently, right now, the pitcher for Team Brazil is 17 years old, and he is still in high school. The pitcher for Brazil is 17 years old, and he's pitching against the United States of America.
Is the Takahashi?
No, they changed him.
They changed him
Contreras.
out?
Yeah, a guy named Contreras. This 17-year-old might strike out Byron Buxton. Oh, my God.
Devin Williams with a scoreless 5th inning.
Oh, yeah.
Nice to have back-to-back for him.
2 outs, 2 men on for Colombia as they finally are posing a threat against Team Puerto Rico. Byron Buxton against the 17-year-old Contreras, the Brazilian. It's a full count. Byron Buxton into the gap. That's driving, and it's into the glove. Byron Buxton puts a drive into that.
Wait a minute. The guy who homered for Brazil, Lucas Ramirez, is that related to Manny Ramirez?
That's his son.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
That's his son, Lucas Ramirez. Yep.
Wow. What a moment.
So I think he's Dominican and Brazilian. I think the mom was Brazilian. Oh, it's Jose Contreras' son.
Lucas
Bryce Terang puts a drive into the gap. That's gonna be double. That's gonna be a double. Yep, Bryce Terang, star second baseman for the Brewers. Team Puerto Rico in a bit of a jam right now. Reyes is working through some trouble.
Yeah, they're gonna the 2 on. A home run brings Colombia right back into this game here. Would make it 5-3, so he really needs to get this guy out.
Beautiful pitch. Oh, come on. 3-1. Could have been 2-2. Second inning is the second at-bat for Bobby Witt Jr. 2 at-bats and 2 innings for Bobby Witt Jr., the leadoff batter for the Americans. And he walks the bases loaded, Reyes. Puerto Rico in trouble right now in bottom of the eighth. Bobby Witt right now in a 1-1 count, 1 out, man on second. Checking in on the Dominican. It's the bottom of the 4th, 1 out, no man on base, as Geraldo Perdomo in the batter's box. Yadier Molina looks to be making a pitching change in Puerto Rico. In comes I think the Yankee reliever. I couldn't see his face. I couldn't tell.
Fernando Cruz?
Yeah, I think it's Fernando Cruz. It looked like him.
Does look like him. I would be able to tell if I could see his tattoos, but he's covered. Thank you, Mike Lewis. That is Jose Contreras' son.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Appreciate everybody in the chat and all our viewers right now. Don't forget to like, subscribe, retweet, hit the notification bell.
Yep.
Goes a long way.
We're rolling 360 deep right now.
Love it, love it. Bobby Witt in his second at-bat in the second inning draws 2 times now for Bobby Witt Jr. And here comes a very dangerous bat in Bryce Harper. Geraldo Perdomo lines out to center for the second out. In the bottom of the 4th, Nicaragua and the Dominican locked in a 3-3 game. On deck is Aaron Judge, who homered in the first inning. Alex Bregman in the hole. This young man at 17 years old is throwing 97 miles per hour. Incredible stuff. Give me 1 second, Anthony. I'm going to just step away for 1 moment.
All right, pitching change for Team Puerto Rico. USA is still up 2-1. They got 2 guys on for Bryce Harper, who's got a 3-2 count going. And then bottom 4, 2 outs, 3-3 tie between Nicaragua and Dominican Republic. So Fernando Cruz is coming in for the Puerto Ricans from the New York Yankees, trying to get that final out of the inning. This game is getting a little bit tighter. I know it's 5-0. Bryce Harper walks for Team USA, so they have the bases loaded, and Aaron Judge will come to the plate. Fernando Cruz gets a pop out to right field on the first pitch. The inning is over. Puerto Rico gets through another bases loaded jam. Still up 5-0. Colombia again cannot capitalize on that. Team USA threatening to open this game, well, to make this game wide open as they're up 2-1. But Aaron Judge has the bases loaded. 1-1 count. Let's see what he had. A home run in his first at bat, of course. Make it 2-0. And Lucas Ramirez, Manny Ramirez's son, hit a home run to make it 2-1. So Aaron Judge up at the plate, 1-1 count, and they get the out to end the inning as Aaron Judge grounds into a double play. So the inning is over. Brazil survives 2-1 on their end. End of 4. Nicaragua tied with the Dominican Republic 3-3. You just missed Aaron Judge with the bases loaded, grounded into a double play.
Broke his bat, I think. Yeah, just watching it now. Atta boy for this 17-year-old.
Yeah. Bases loaded jam in Puerto Rico. Fernando Cruz on the first pitch gets a fly out to end that inning, and Colombia's third or fourth threat of the game is to no avail. Still 5-0 there. Top 5 Nicaragua hanging in there, 3-3 ball game.
How about Fernando Cruz and Yadier Molina pulling the strings for Team Puerto Rico, brother?
I told you, man. I like everything about this guy being a coach.
Yep.
All right, I will be right back.
Yeah, we're shifting here tonight, baby. We're doing shifts. Dennis Santana comes into the game for the Dominican, top of the fifth inning, locked in a 3-3 game against super underdog Team Nicaragua. The gentleman who's batting right now, Munguia, is 2 for 2 tonight and has fouled off into foul territory near third baseline as Manny Machado reels it in for, I believe, the second out of the inning. Danis Correa for Team Colombia comes into the game to face Eddie Rosario, who's leading off for Team Puerto Rico, swings through a 95-mile-per-hour fastball on the outer half of the plate as we begin the ninth inning in Puerto Rico. The home team up 5-0 with the thunderous fifth inning, where they scored all of their runs and have pitched extremely well since, with Yadier Molina, as previously mentioned by Anthony and myself, pulling all the strings for Team Puerto Rico in an incredible way. Well done by Yadi and the boys. Looks like there's going to be 2 outs for Nicaragua in the bottom of the fifth. Eddie Rosario is in a 1-2 count right now. Some fuel as we go. Logan Webb looks to improve off his first inning home run allowed to the Brazilians. Starts off the leadoff batter Ito with the ball. Eddie Rosario locked in a 1-2 count. 2-2 now. Top of the ninth inning for the Puerto Ricans. Logan Webb deals the strike down the pipe. Eddie Rosario, deep, deep, deep. Is it fair? It's gone. Foul ball. Oh, my God. Eddie Rosario. Ground ball. Bobby Witt with the bobble still makes the play because Bobby Witt is just insane. Bobby Witt is insane. Bobby Witt Jr. is insane. Logan Webb looking to make a 1-2-3 inning in the bottom of the second. Edwin Diaz is warming up for the Puerto Ricans. It'd be a nice moment for Edwin Diaz, as the last time he played in this tournament He completely ruptured his knee. 2 outs as we are entering near the end of the Puerto Rican game. Edwin Diaz is warming up, man.
Maybe they just want to lock the game down at this point.
Yeah.
Crazy that Puerto Rico is the away team for their first game.
I know. Gotta love tournament play, right? Logan Webb to 3-2. Got him! Struck him out! Got a boy, Logan. 6 in a row have been sat down by Logan Webb since the home run.
That's the Logan Webb, you know.
There we go. Edwin Diaz looks on as he awaits. We might hear trumpets in Puerto Rico, Anthony.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I feel. Yeah. I see our $800 million man is batting in an 0-2 count, bottom of the 5th, locked in a 3-3 game. Had a blunder in left. Looks to make up for what happened out there. Let's see what happens. Rolls over foul for Juan Soto. Juan Soto coming off a 43 home run campaign, 105 RBIs, OPS 921, stole 38 bases. And here we go. Trumpets.
People don't realize that that's the second best home run performance in Mets history.
I know. Pete Alonso, number 1.
Pete Alonso in his rookie year with over 50, and then this and his, and then Beltran and I think Todd Hundley.
Hundley, okay.
There he comes.
Soto strikes out. Soto has struck out. Oh boy.
Sugar Diaz coming in to close out this game for Team Puerto Rico so they can go up 1-0 here. You know what? I don't mind it, honestly, in a short team play, I guess. When you do things like what Colombia did in trying to save Jose Quintana for maybe coming back for that final game, you don't want to get to a point where you're playing an elimination game. You want to take hold of the games you had, and Quintana's a guy that just deals. And we saw it tonight. 3 no-hit innings.
I'm glad. No, 2 no-hits. Two innings.
I thought he pitched 3.
Was it 3? It felt like 2.
No, I think he pitched 3. They wouldn't let him go the 4th.
Okay. Well, I'm glad it was 3 then, because it looked like he could have gone 5.
Yep.
And I think we would have been in trouble because once he was out of the game, we woke up. As we await Edwin Diaz's return to the World Baseball Classic, the last place he left it was, unfortunately, in his teammates' arms as he injured himself. He looks to have a nice outing as he returns back to the World Baseball Classic. And we are into the 3rd inning down in Houston with the Americans and the Brazilians. Kyle Schwarber leading off. Base hit, Kyle Schwarber.
I'm sure they're going to replay it. I'm sure they're going to bring it up again. But like I said, the last time we saw Edwin Diaz on the mound, he was writhing in pain.
Yep.
It really took, that was one of the best WBC games I remember. Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico. In Miami, packed house.
Oh.
Puerto Rico gets the win, and quickly the wind came out of the sails after that injury.
Oh, significantly so. Significantly so. Sean Manaea tells SNY Mets he felt good in his first spring start, which is very important. Bregman is up with a man on first, no outs. Edwin Diaz entering the field for Team Puerto Rico to close things out. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 2 outs, 2-2 count for the superstar first baseman for the Blue Jays, is now in a full count. Fun times right now. A lot of important things going on. Bregman in a 2-1 count. Edwin Diaz's first pitch in the WBC is down the middle for a strike. Love to see it. Attaboy Edwin.
You know off of the first 4 or 5 pitches what Edwin Diaz you're getting.
Anthony, I have to say, yeah, Vladdy hit some ground ball in the hole. The shortstop for Nicaragua scoops it, does a 360 spin on the run to get Vladdy at first. Team Nicaragua. Oh, man. Wow.
The fact that we're through 5, that game is tied, and we're in the top of the 3rd, and Brazil's only down a run, tells you a lot.
Bregman rolls over to 3rd. Looks like an easy play. And Schwarber heads over to 3rd base. Edwin Diaz in a 2-2 count, looking to get to the first out of the inning. And it looks like a blue pit. All right. Colombia looking to make some damage off Edwin Diaz. And we spoke about whether we should use Diaz today with a 5-run lead, and here we are.
I said not to, but
yeah, you did. You've been on it tonight, brother. Cal Raleigh takes a first pitch strike inside. Schwarber on 3rd. Rowley's first at bat, he grounded out. Edwin Diaz starts off the second batter with the strike.
Again, Brazil got a man on 3rd here for Team USA that need to get this out. You don't want to give up any more runs than you have to.
Kyle Rowley working a 3-1 count right now. Excuse me. Edwin Diaz looking to get the first out of the 9th inning. Blows 97 through the batter. Puerto Rico looking to get a W in Pool A.
Oof, and this is the problem. Kyle Riley walks here, and Kyle Schwarber scores on a wild pitch. You can't give up these kind of runs to Team USA.
Speaking of wild pitch, pass ball off Martin Maldonado, running gets the second. Yeah. As Anthony said, it is 3-1 in Houston. The Americans get a gift. Edwin Diaz, first out of the bottom of the 9th, is a strikeout. Sugar pumps a fastball through the batter. 2 more outs for the Team Puerto Rico with the man on second for the Colombians. Sir Anthony Dominguez has entered the game for the Dominicans as we are in a 3-3 tie down in Miami. And Roman Anthony is in the batter's box for the Americans with the man on first, 1 out, top of the 3rd. Sugar starts off the next batter with a strike. There is a mound meeting for the Brazilians with the 17-year-old who he deserves a round of applause. That 17-year-old, I mean, getting a ground double play off Aaron Judge alone. I mean, sensational stuff. 17-year-old, incredible moment for him.
This is what's great about the World Baseball Classic. We start to learn about all these new and young players. This kid's 17 years old. The hope that we get to see him at some point in the major leagues, just like his father came up with the Yankees.
2 outs down in Miami for Sir Anthony Dominguez, and Diaz is in a 3-1 count with a man on second. Diaz not looking as sharp as most would expect him to look.
Maybe this is why they brought him in to get out the kinks now, up 5-0.
But this also is a kind of Edwin Diaz-y like inning. You don't ever have, it's usually some drama, and now it's a 3-2 count. It's usually what happens when Edwin Diaz is in the ninth. You're going to have to hold your breath because it's going to be a roller coaster.
Oof, what a pitch. Three-two, full count, 1 out, man on second. Edwin Diaz trying to get the second out of the top of the ninth. Of the bottom of the ninth.
Rolls over, foul. What a day for Eddie Rosario too, right? Veteran of the club, just performing and doing what he does.
Crazy to think that he's the one of the main veterans of this team.
Edwin Diaz gets his second strikeout of the inning. Beautiful fastball on the hour and a half. 2 outs, man on second, and a classic Edwin Diaz roller coaster ninth. He has plenty of runs to play with, so no reason why he can't go at it. As Geraldo Perdomo makes a fantastic stop, but cannot get the runner as the Nicaraguans got another hit. New pitcher in for Brazil.
I want to see a playoff Mark Vientos make a return tonight.
Oh, that'd be awesome, right? Wouldn't we love that? What? Oh my God. He's the first swing for this batter Arroyo, and the bat goes into the outfield. He loses the bat on the swing. Thankfully, it didn't go into the crowd.
Oof. Yeah. Wow. They have such a big foul territory.
Yeah. Nicaragua has 7 hits to the Dominican 6. And not on my bingo card at all. Oh, look at the Met jersey. There's a guy with a Met Lindor jersey in the Puerto Rican crowd. That's awesome.
Team USA starting to threaten here.
One more strike, Anthony.
Oh, I got that jersey.
The Lindor one.
That's that giveaway jersey. Yeah.
One more strike, baby. Byron Buxton. Second at bat for the Americans. Three and 2 now. Edwin Diaz loves to tease you with these innings. They'll never end. Trust me. Edwin Diaz inning is longer than
as long as possible.
Oh my God.
Come on, Edwin. Three-two count. Foul ball.
There we go. Attaboy, we got on the board, baby. 5-0 win for Team Rubio.
That's the way we get the start. Struggles, 24 pitches, still gets 3 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Very nicely done. On a night where the runs were a little bit hard to come by, but the Mets got them when they need the Mets. Puerto Rico got them when they needed them, and we really didn't see the best of Puerto Rico's pitching tonight. It was a little bit wonky, even from Seth Lugo. Seth Lugo had a struggle. Rico Garcia struggled a little bit. Yaxel Reyes. Only Fernando Cruz pitched one pitch. Edwin Diaz looked like he was struggling here in the ninth, but they get the job done. Colombia's offense could not muster a run. Puerto Rico wins this one 5-0. They, along with Cuba, are at the top of the board at this moment in time.
Anthony, I am going to step away and use the restroom. We got a dub.
We got
it. And now we head over to our American side, but I will be right back.
Absolutely. Puerto Rico wins 5-0. Like I said, them and Canada are on top of the leaderboard right now. Colombia takes a loss. Panama takes a loss. Canada has not played yet. Because if you look at the tournament bracket at this moment in time, there we go. Puerto Rico and Cuba right now at the top there. Panama, it's actually playing out the way it is showing on here. Mexico got a win today against Great Britain. The United States in the middle of the third leads Brazil 3-1. Bottom of the sixth, Nicaragua, Dominican Republic tied at 3. Later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Chinese Taipei, Czech Republic, Chechnya. They will play, and it's basically a must-win game because both are down 0-2. Not saying that either team's going to make it. I thought Chinese Taipei would, but their offense has been non-existent. But one of these teams that wins is probably still in it, barely, but the team that loses is most likely out of this tournament. We'll see how it pans out. Bottom of the sixth, Dominican Republic has a man on second as they look to try and take the lead here. Try to find out what channel this game is on. So we don't know where Nicaragua, what channel is Nicaragua and Dominican Republic on? Let me see. They're on FS2. I don't know if we have that. Might not. USA right now up 3-1. Bottom of the third, Logan Webb takes the mound. He's got 29 pitches. Obviously, we know 65 pitches is the limit. He's got 29 through 2 innings pitched, 2 strikeouts. They only given up 1 earned run. Carmo, the catcher, is at the plate. So we try to find, let's see what channel. We've got WBC on Fox. That's the USA game. Gabriel Carmo grounds out. That's 1 out for the Brazilians in the bottom of the third. Let's see here. Looks like we got 2 runs for the Dominican Republic. Junior Caminero with a home run, his first of the tournament. Manny Machado scores, so now 5-3 in favor of the Dominican Republic. That might just be it. Honestly, I don't know if they can score another run after that. I don't know if Nicaragua can muster. They hung in there as much as they could, but it might be over with. They're doing so well. They took the lead in the first, took the lead in the second, and then the Dominican Republic came back and now have the lead at 5-2. See, there we go. Let's see what's bring us back here. If you haven't seen the scores today, Japan 13-0, beating Chinese Taipei in a mercy ruling. Cuba 3-1 against Panama. Venezuela 6-2 against the Netherlands. Mexico 8-2 against Great Britain. Nicaragua 3-3. Tie. Actually, no, that's not a tie anymore. We got to fix that. So we could throw Puerto Rico up there now, as they have beaten Colombia 5-0. Nice pitching performance for the Puerto Rican team, although a little shaky, but they got the job done against Colombia. Very excited, Junior Caminero, after that home run. As well he should be. He gets the jacket, he gets the chain. As we check in on Team USA, up 3-1. On Brazil. Going to the top of the fourth in that game. Bobby Witt Jr., Bryce Harper, Aaron Judge to come at the top of the lineup. Shout out to everybody that's a part of this live stream. We got 374 people in here right now. Appreciate you all being a part of this one and the last one. Got a couple more coming your way. Definitely want to do a Team USA against Mexico. Dominican Republic against Venezuela. Those are definitely games that are on our radar, as well as Team USA against Italy. Bobby Witt Jr. due up. We look at the schedule for tomorrow's games. Korea versus Japan. That's going to be a marquee matchup. Kikuchi against Ko, 5 a.m. We talked about it earlier. Colombia at Canada. Canada's first game of the WBC. They are a team that I think is going to make it out along with Puerto Rico in Pool A. That game starts at 11 a.m. on FS2. Tehran versus Soroka. Julio Tehran versus Michael Soroka. The Korea-Japan game at 5 is on FS1. Then you go to Tubi for Nicaragua, Netherlands at 12. Erasmo Ramirez against Jay Kelly. Brazil and Italy at 1 p.m. on Fox Sports. Then you got Panama versus Puerto Rico at 6 p.m. Israel at Venezuela at 7. You'll get to see Tariq Skubal, 8 p.m. USA against Great Britain. And then Chinese Taipei at Korea, 10 p.m. FS2 at the Tokyo Dome. What have you guys liked so far from what you've seen from this tournament? Leave it in the chat. And make sure you're subscribing. If you like this watch party, come back again, join for more. But make sure you're following Subway to Shea if you're a Mets fan on X, Instagram, and TikTok at Subway to Shea. You can follow me personally at Ant Rivera 86, which you're most likely find most of my WBC content. And you can subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and YouTube to listen to the audio portion, which the WBC stuff is not going to be on the audio portion. That's just strictly on YouTube. That's where we're doing the chat. That's where we're doing the conversation. And make sure you are following Keith, X, Instagram, and TikTok at Kicking It with Keith. Subscribe on YouTube at Shea and Sons. Still bottom of the 6, 2 outs. Perdomo pops up. Mejia gets him to pop up. And they get the out. But the Dominican Republic takes the lead with a 2-run home run to make this a 5-3 ball game. Maybe the final thing, the final piece of the puzzle that Dominican Republic needed. And this game, this quite possibly could be over, but they've been battling hard, Nicaragua. Let's see if they have anything left in the tank. Back to Team USA. They're up 3-1, top 4 against Brazil. We saw the son of Manny Ramirez, Lucas Ramirez, hit a home run. That's the only run that Brazil has at this moment in time. Also saw pitching in this game, Jose Contreras' son. Gave up 2 hits, gave up a run. He gave up 3 walks, so he struggled a little bit. De Silva on the mound now, 18 pitches. And these pitchers for Brazil are getting worked here. And you'd expect nothing less from the lineup that Team USA has put together, this all-star dream team lineup. Bobby Witt Jr. grounds out for the first out of the top of the 4th. Bryce Harper to come to bat. He's 0 for 1, has a walk and a strikeout. Aaron Judge on deck. Kyle Schwarber in the hole. 4-1, 3-1 USA, top of the 4th. So these 2 games will take us all the way to 10 o'clock. We're probably not going to cover that game tonight. That's a little bit too much, but it's a big game for Chechnya and Chinese Taipei. Checking in. Top 7. 2 outs. Nicaragua trying to get some offense. It's really struggling right now. It looks like the pitching for Dominican Republic has settled in. Although Ishmael Muñega was hit by a pitch, and the Nicaraguan team has a runner on at first. Mark Vientos, the tying run at the plate. He takes a strike or a foul tip. Big at bat here for Mark Vientos. Can he come through? 1-1 count. Just took a ball. Tying run at the plate in Mark Vientos. Wandy Peralta on the mound. He's already thrown 10 pitches. Foul for Mark Vientos. 1-2. We know Mark Vientos has power. We know Mark Vientos is hit in the moment. But can he hit in this moment? That's the real question. 1-2. And Vientos grounds out to third to end the inning, to end possible threat, although I don't know how much of a threat it really was. But they had a man on base, and they cannot come through. The inning is over. We go to the bottom of the 7th in Miami. Fernando Tatis Jr. due up. Ketel Marte due up. Juan Soto due up. Each of them have a hit. And let's see if the Dominican Republic can break open this game. Middle of the 4th, Team USA up 3-1 right now. Bobby Witt Jr. grounded out. Bryce Harper flied out. Aaron Judge flies out to center field. And that ends the inning. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 3-1 USA over Brazil. Been a fun day of games here for the WBC. Though I like to see a lot closer games, right? 13-0 Mercy ruling in the 7th. The Cuba-Panama game was the closest at 3-1. Netherlands and Venezuela kind of blew them out there. 8-2 for Mexico over Great Britain. 5-0 Puerto Rico over Colombia. I don't know if you got to see it over there, Keith, but Dominican Republic get a 2-run home run from Junior Caminero.
Yeah, I was handling business in the potty, and I had it on my phone, and that was some home run, man. To hit that's the farthest part of Miami.
And then the Dominicans, they get a guy on base for Nicaragua. Mark Vientos with a big opportunity, and he grounds out to third to end the inning.
Yeah, we're used to that.
Yeah, for sure.
How about Logan Webb being pretty much untouchable since the home run?
That's what you like to see.
Yep.
That's what you're hoping for. Made the one big mistake. Well, not big mistake, made one mistake and then was able to overcome it.
So apparently the guy, they're saying on the broadcast, the guy batting for Brazil is a carpenter. Just airing out his own info. Carvalho.
Yeah. He's like, I'm just here for the moment.
Hell yeah. I did see some action in the American bullpen. I didn't see who it was, though.
Webb is around 43 pitches right now in the fourth, so he's going to be coming out probably after this.
So interesting. If this score holds for the Dominican game, 3-5, it's interesting because the Venezuelan team beat the Netherlands by, I think, 4 or 5 runs. So if in the event they do finish with a tie on record, right now Venezuela has the tiebreaker in the run differential. I think the Dominican need to put up some more runs here just to feel a little bit more safe, which they should. I mean, they're very capable of it.
It's like what happens when you get mercy ruled like Chinese Taipei. Like your run differential is not very good.
Yeah, you're just at that point. You're just there, just to get your at bats, and that's it. No coming back from one of those. I think Logan Webb is eating these guys alive. 5 strikeouts.
It's the mustache.
I love his stash. I love it. Ten straight retired by Webb. Typical Webb out. And 11 straight.
Both games still close. Only 2-run differential. But it's going to be hard for Brazil to get some runs here. USA chants raining down in Houston.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what they were saying because I feel like they're saying something before USA, but it's definitely USA.
Carson Bench with another hit today. This time opposite field.
That kid is fun, man. Drinking the Kool-Aid, Anthony.
Yeah, I think he's going to get it. Honestly, I think he's going to get it.
12 straight. Logan Webb. 12 straight. What a machine this guy is, man.
Like you said, man, very underrated. Very underrated pitcher. He doesn't get talked about enough.
At all. Over in the Dominican game, Tatis is on first base, and Ketel Marte is batting with nobody out.
Yeah, this is a spot where they can definitely blow this game wide open.
Absolutely. They should, too.
Yeah.
Looks like Tatis tried to steal second, but did it. Shout out to everybody still locked in with us. Appreciate everybody. Thank you again. We're having a blast, man. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Check out Anthony and myself covering all things Mets on our channels, respectively. Also, our buddies in Metsland, Till Mets Do Us Part, Mets Weekly, Tony Metro, really good guys, man. I believe right now also, Mets Weekly is also live streaming the American game, so you can check out their live.
They take them off the list.
They took our spot. No, shoot those guys alike too, man, and a follow.
Of course. I think in conjunction with Mets Central, is that? Am I correct?
I think they're doing it on their channel.
Something like
I think and Carson is backstage in it. They're doing the wave, Anthony, in Miami. Do you think they're having fun?
The wave is so hated. Like, what are your
they
thoughts
should
on
do.
The wave?
They should do like a 30 for 30 on the wave. Like, do a deep dive on the wave.
Very deceptive.
Let me ask you: when the wave is going on in city, do you jump in?
Of course.
Yeah. Why not? Right?
You're gonna be the only one sitting there like this.
Ooh, Ketel Marte just got hit in the elbow. Not good. Oh, boy. Should be okay. Logan Webb, 4 innings, 1 run, 1 earned, 1 hit, 6 strikeouts, retired 13 batters in a row.
Talking to the pitching coach right there in Andy Pettit.
Good pitching coach to have. Oh, boy. Ketel Marte, is he okay? All right, I think he's going to stay in the game. Yeah. Kyle Schwarber's due for a bomb. He's due,
Perfect
buddy.
Spot for it.
Yep. It's due for a bomb. Former major leaguer on the mound for Brazil, Vieira. Throwing a little velocity here. Schwarber 2 for 2. Swinging a good bat right now. I think 1 is coming, though, off this guy's bat.
Most definitely. He's going to hit one.
It was almost a 3 for 3 day, but a beautiful play. Second baseman for Brazil. Beautiful play. Juan Soto. Big hit. Nice hit. Bases loaded for the Dominican. No outs. And there you go. Like you said, this is the inning for them to break it open.
Yeah, it was nice while it lasted for Nicaragua. And
yeah, they give it a go.
Yeah, I think it's because I turned the game on. I'm like, oh, this 3-3. Let's check in.
Bregman, the 5-hole batter. I find that one still a little weird. I would have a few guys there, but let's see what Bregman has here, 5-hole. We got to give a lot of credit to Dusty Baker's guys. They fought. They definitely gave it a good go.
They did. I mean, what is it? Bottom of the 7th, and it's such a close game still. I mean, what more could you ask for, man? Bases loaded, and it's like, oh, I just, Juan Soto got the hit. Okay, fine. And then, the next batter, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Next, Manny Machado. Then after that, Caminero hit the home run. It's like, no margin
breaks.
for error. Yeah,
no breaks. No breaks. Puerto Rico and Cuba lead Pool A after day 1. We get Italy tomorrow playing some baseball, Canada playing some baseball, some new teams to kind of take a look at. World Baseball Classic starting off really, really hot, Anthony.
Absolutely. And then you start off the morning with the big one, Korea versus Japan. I mean, those two are going to go at it offensively. That's for sure.
I will wake up for that. I'll be texting you too, I'm sure. Maybe the little guy will have you up, but yeah.
Yeah, it's time.
Yeah.
Keep texting. Israel will get in their first game action against Venezuela.
Israel's playing tomorrow. Yeah, they lost. Big loss. Robert Stock not going to be pitching with them.
For both, right? For Israel and the Mets.
Yep.
I mean, he was pitching so well. He had this whole analytics system down. I don't know if you've been reading on his new.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting how he was engaging with the fans, talking about his analytical system too. Yeah. Like, kind of showing the Mets a lot of praise too. How, like, the analytical system is one that they rely on, and they can get a lot of questions answered now versus in years past. Pretty cool to see.
Kenward Burton coming in to replace Duque Hibbert to face Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who's 0 for 3. So that's not going to last for long. In play runs already.
I'm about to see it now. Of course. Is it a grand slam?
It looks like just 1 run scored. So maybe it was a fly out. Looks like he got out.
Yeah, it was a fly out. Didn't carry, but yeah, fly out, sack fly. Speaking of deep lineups, after Bregman, a guy who hit 60 home runs last year in Cal Rally.
It's just crazy, man.
You know what I was thinking about, Anthony? A lot of these guys feeling the vibes. How do you turn that on when you go back home to your parent club,
That's the thing. Like, a lot of these players say that playing for their country means more to them, and that playing for your home club is just like a job. Like, how do you differentiate the two?
Yeah. Very interesting.
Is it because obviously playing for your country it means the world to people, no pun intended. But there's Ken Griffey Jr. taking pictures in the
see that camera? Size of that thing? Jeez.
It's that lens he got. But then you go home and then you play for your team. Is it just the season's too long, or like you tend to get bored, or that's why there was clubhouse issues in certain teams? Like,
yeah. It's very interesting, like psychology, like that side of the game, like, having to turn it on again, in a different manner. I don't know, it's pretty tough. As a Kyle Riley works a walk. Men on first and second for the United States.
I always thought that the baseball season should be cut a little shorter, like maybe 150 something games.
Yeah, I actually would wonder about that too. I wonder if I don't think the players would be against it.
So would the owners.
Because of money and stats and shit. Oh, as we got an injury here to relief pitcher for Brazil, Vieira. I think he hurt his calf, the commentary was saying. We got a pitching change going on, top of the 5th. Caminero is on deck, the hero so far for Team DR. Manny Machado, foul.
Burton is all over the place.
Yeah. Can't make a mistake here to this guy. Yeah. 3-2, the pitch. Walked him. Caminero up with the bases loaded. You know what I would do?
Still J-Rod is on deck too.
You know what I would do, bro? I would try and... You know what? No, that's a bad idea. Because, yeah, you got J-Rod after him. I thought Austin Wells was after him. I would just walk in a run just to face Austin Wells. But you can't even do that. Can't even do that.
6-3. This game about to get out of hand here.
One swing of the bat, and it's, yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a wrap.
Oh, swings for the fences, but misses. Strike one. Caminero last year with the Rays, 45 home runs at George Steinbrenner Field. I'm sure he wants to prove a lot of people wrong that he could do it all year at Major League ballparks, home and away.
And they're back,
Pulls
right?
it. Foul. That would have brought in probably everybody, but foul ball.
They're back in
Tampa,
in Tampa now, right? They got the roof fixed.
Yeah.
Whatever
Took them
that
a year and a
tarp was.
half, I think. Yeah. 2 years, I think, actually. Gabriel Barbosa. I believe he pitched in the Yankee system and the Philly system. The Brazilian right now on the mound.
One and two count to Caminero. One out. Burton trying to.
Anthony has a chance to do some damage here, too.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. 3-0 right now. Roman Anthony, yep.
Yep.
It's a walk, Roman. Go ahead. He didn't know he walked.
Looks like Caminero grounded it into a double play to end the inning. Big double play there. Because now the runs are 6-3. And that could have been a lot more damage done by the Dominican Republic. So
seriously,
I take that as a win for Nicaragua.
I had this game not even touching the 6th inning. Brazil too, man. They're hanging tough.
This is a big moment for Brazil too. Bases loaded, one out.
There's a situation going on about balls on strikes, I think, or a pitch count or something. I'm not clock violation. Manager for Brazil is arguing with the home plate umpire right now, I think. Oh, he seems very upset, this manager. I think the umpires botched a pitch in the count with the clock violation. Some drama going on right now.
I mean, it also doesn't hurt to check at this point now. 5th inning, 3-1. A big moment of the game.
Yeah, you might as well fight your team. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You know, these umpires tend to get things wrong. They're not perfect.
Camilo Doval's coming in to replace Wandy Peralta. Both New York Yankees, right? I mean, Wandy Peralta was a Yankee, right?
Yeah.
Camilo Doval coming in there. We'll place the DH Mendoza, who's 0-3 in a strike. Churrillo coming up, and Novoa.
Byron Buxton, 1 out, bases loaded, top of the 5th. Swings, first pitch, strike, slider in the dirt.
Oh, it's a nice pitch.
Yeah, very nice pitch. Buxton right now looking for his first hit for his first WBC campaign. 0-2. Swings and a miss. What a nice pitch. That slider's pretty nice, Anthony. This guy's got a nice slider.
Bases loaded, 0-2 count, better than 3-2 or 2-0. See if he can get out of this jam. Pitchers count.
Manny Ramirez just made one of those Manny Ramirez plays, Anthony. I mean, Manny Machado. One of those plays where he's in the hole, falling, flicks it over. I don't know how he does it, man. Manny Machado's insane.
Now, people say he's lazy. I thought he was lazy.
He's just a freak, bro. As he makes the play, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. takes his hat off and bows to him. That's how crazy the play was.
That's all you can do.
If it hits the internet, I'll tag you, and it's insane. Oh, he hit Buxton. Oh, not good. Check his insurance for that. He hit him in the elbow. Not a good. Oh, he dropped the bat immediately. Oh. Is it the hand or the elbow? It looks like the hand or wrist. Oh, man. 90-something right in. Oh, God. He's feeling it. Oh, shit. You won't see Buxton now to August. Oh, he got him good, man. Shit.
Checking to see if he has any pain. It looks like he's going to stay in. He's going to first.
Got a boy.
Now the true test is to see if he comes out when this inning is over. And maybe for precautionary reasons, you take him out.
Yeah. They could always just put in a guy like Pete Crow Armstrong. They'll be all right.
Yeah, there you go. 4-1 lead. That was a huge mistake by Barbosa.
Bryce Terang, very underrated baseball player.
Absolutely. Ryan Lambert tonight, a scoreless inning, 2 strikeouts. Fastball averaged 98.3 miles per hour.
Anthony.
Uh-oh.
That's going to clear the bases.
Yeah, look at that. Bryce Terang.
There we go. Here we go. Stars and stripes, baby.
Getting ready for the route. Back in Miami still, top 8, 6-3. Dominican Republic, 2 outs, no on. Looks like Camilo Duvall, 9 pitches very quickly to wrap this up. 7-1 is a different story than 3-1, that's for sure.
Look at your DM. Look at what Manny did.
With absolute ease.
Like nothing, right?
Nothing gets to that guy.
Mark Vientos does that. The ball hits a vendor in row 10. The Americans. This is the inning, I think. If it gets to 11-1 by, I think, the 7th, it'll be a mercy. They need 9 more runs to mercy it early.
So interesting enough, I don't know if you mentioned this earlier. Sean Manaea's outing today. His fastball, this was put out by Laura Albanese. His fastball, which is last season averaged 91.7. Today, 88.1.
Jesus Christ, Anthony, don't tell me that.
3.4 miles per hour drop from last year.
We're gonna talk about Sean Manaea a lot, and I fear that it's not gonna be
good.
No, yeah.
Man, and I like Sean, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's really heartbreaking because he's one of the more likable guys, but
yeah, veteran leadership he brings to the pitching staff.
He may have to go to the bullpen. He may have to go to the bullpen.
And it's only what, year 2 of a 3-year deal?
Yeah. Bryce Harper pops out as we'll get Aaron Judge up with 2 men on and 2 outs.
Every game's big moment has either been some type of error or mistake that has led to runs here. Aaron Judge at the plate. 2 on, 2 outs. Shout out to everybody who's still sticking with us through these games that are starting to get
going on
here.
3, almost 4 hours live.
We appreciate all of you.
It's been entertaining, though.
It has. It definitely has been. Got some big moments throughout the day already. We kind of got the pitching duel that we wanted out of the Puerto Rico Colombian game. It just was 3 innings long because it's the WBC. Uh-oh. Every time Judge hits the ball, it just feels like a home run, even the pop-ups. But he gets out. That ends the inning. But unfortunately for Brazil, that whole play where Byron Buxton got hit changed the whole inning. He was down 0-2 in the count?
Yeah.
Gets hit in the wrist with the bases loaded. A run comes in to make it 4-1, and then those bases were cleared by Bryce Terang.
Yep. My friend, I fear I'm gonna bid you adieu. I've been up since 5 a.m.
I hear you, brother. I might start wrapping it up myself. Oh, yeah. Julio Rodriguez home run, 7-3.
Oh, wait, I'm about to see it now. Here we go. Oh! Yeah, these games are over. These games are over. Well, Papa, I always have a blast. We'll be back Monday. I know you're busy Sunday, and I'll still figure out the kinks with that. But thank you, and thank you for everybody in the chat. We really, really appreciate the support. It's been really awesome doing this collaboration. Shout out to Team Puerto Rico, man. We got our W. I'm very happy. Hell yeah.
Sir.
And
get your socials up.
Yeah, man. Don't forget on X, Kicking It with Keith, and on YouTube, Shea and Sons. And I'm also affiliated with the Empire State of Baseball podcast, which is a affiliate of all like the baseball in the tri-state area. So check those guys out. And don't forget to follow this guy because he's super, super cool. Yeah. I'll see you. We'll talk this weekend and we'll plan for Monday and whatnot. All right, Papa?
Absolutely, my friend.
Thank you. Let's go, Boricua and America. Shout out to the Dominican. Shout out to the Dominican, man. And Dusty Baker, man. Give Dusty Baker some flowers, man.
Later. All right, bottom of the 5th. United States up 7-1. Hopefully now we get some type of mercy rule so we can relax. If you missed it, Julio Rodriguez homered to left center field. 7-3. Dominican Republic against Nicaragua. That's pretty much looking like it's going to be over. Nicaragua hasn't scored since the second inning. So, yeah. Let's go through some of the scores here from the day just to rehash. Japan 13-0 mercy rule over Chinese Taipei. Cuba 3-1 over Panama. Venezuela 6-2 over the Netherlands. Mexico 8-2 over Great Britain, and Puerto Rico 5-0 over Colombia. Let's bring up the tournament format, the bracket here. Pool A, Puerto Rico and Cuba are at the top of that. Canada hasn't played yet. Panama and Colombia will be playing. They already lost both of their games to Puerto Rico and Cuba, respectively. The United States looking to win this over Brazil. So they got the big lead now. Mexico beat Great Britain. Italy waiting to play their game. So U.S. and Mexico, two teams we thought would be at the top, are at the top. Japan, obviously, at the top. They only played one game, but it was a beatdown. 13-0. Australia, 2-0, beating Chechnya and Chinese Taipei. Chechnya and Chinese Taipei will play at 10 o'clock. See if one of these teams can win, because the loser is probably eliminated. And the other team at least survives. Then at 5 a.m., we get Japan, Korea, the big matchup. That's going to be huge. Pool D, Venezuela took care of business against the Netherlands. Dominican Republic taking care of business against Nicaragua. Israel has yet to play. Former New York Met Michael Wacha on the mound. He's got 2 outs so far against Brazil. Pre-Crow Armstrong's in center field. Bottom of the 8th, second and third. O'Neal Cruz to bat. Dominican Republic looking to add on a few more runs here. For my Met fans out there, follow Subway to Shea. Mets lose 2-0 to the Marlins. Michael Wacha striking out the side, turning back the clock. Good for him. Let's see if we can follow along here with Dominican Republic. There we go. And that game is looking like it's just ended. Now 10-3, O'Neal Cruz with a 3-run home run to put that game and to put Nicaragua out of their misery. Wow. It's going to be really hard to beat that offense that the Dominican Republic have. You need really, really, really good pitching. which you got in Team USA, which you've got in Japan, which I think we have in Puerto Rico. But man, he destroyed that. And these games are starting to get a little bit out of hand here, folks. Manny Machado. I don't know if you guys seen that play from Manny Machado, but what a great defensive play from him earlier on in the game. Very effortless for him. Bryce Terang cleared the bases to make it 7-1. Oof. Brazil threw 6 pitchers already. Still got 3 more games to play in Pool A, in Pool B. Kyle Schwarber up to plate. Marostica pitching. He's Schwarber's up 2-0 in the count. Juan Soto just walked for the Dominican Republic. So 1 on, 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. 10-3 after that O'Neill Cruz home run. We'll go to Team USA's game here. Kyle Schwarber walks. Bring up Alex Bregman, who's 0 for 1 and 2 walks in a run. After Alex Bregman, Kyle Riley, Roman Anthony, Byron Buxton, who's out. Actually, no, but not Byron Buxton. He's out of the game now. But P. Crow Armstrong. I said after Byron Buxton got hit, let's see, he did stay in to be on the base paths, but I wasn't sure if he was going to stay in the game after that, and they took him out. So P. Crow Armstrong's in there. Bryce Terang, who had the big hit, he's 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs. So he's leading the way. Aaron Judge had that big home run to start off this game. Is on the first at bat. The captain of Team USA. Maristika struggling. Bregman walks on what I think is 4 straight pitches. I mean, at this point, down 7-1, there's not really much you could do. Doesn't start off well against Kyle Rowley. Ball 1 to him. Kyle Rowley had a huge season last year. Scored a run tonight. And he flies out to center field. 1 out, 1 on for Roman Anthony. Roman Anthony also flies out here. So 2 outs after that. Check in at the mound. Maristika's got the next 2 outs. It's 13 pitches so far. Pete Crow Armstrong about to get his first plate appearance. And Maristika gets him on the first pitch. He grounds out. And we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Gabriel Carmo, Gabriel Maciel, Lucas Ramirez are up to bat. See who's pitching, if Michael Wacha stays in this game or not. Because how many pitches did Michael Wacha throw? Michael Wacha only threw 11 pitches, so I wonder if he comes back out again. But they're so loaded in that bullpen. Let's just look at who's in that United States bullpen right now. David Bednar, Boyd, Clevenger, obviously Clay Holmes, Jax, Brett Keller, Kershaw, McLean. Well, McLean's going to start, so that's not him. Mason Miller, Spear and Whitlock, as well as Yarbrough. So do you keep him in? Do you keep Michael Wacha in this game? See how many more innings you could get out of him. You're in the middle of the 6th. Maybe. Shout out everybody in the chat for tuning in with us. Got 406 people in the room right now through this double header game. I know it's been a long day, long night. My guy Keith had to head off. Looking at some of these 4 teams here and how they were built. United States, all 30 players are in the major leagues for Team USA. For Brazil, there's no major leaguers. 17 are from the amateurs, the Indies, or the NCAA. 7 are from the International Pro League, and 6 are from the minor leagues. Now, when you go back to looking at the two teams that are playing on the other side right now in Miami, which has really gotten out of hand, 12-3 in the bottom of the 8th, those still runs are still being scored. But the Dominican Republic have 29 players that play in the major leagues and only 1 that play in the International Pro Leagues on their team. Nicaragua only has 4 major leaguers, 6 minor leaguers, 15 international professional leaguers, and 5 amateur indie players. Michael Wacha, we talked about if he would continue to be a part of this game, and he is. Gave up a single to Gabriel Carmo, and then got Gabriel Merciel to strike out. As Keith said, we will be doing more of these live streams. Maybe not double headers. I feel like thinking back on it is super long, especially when these two teams that are playing now are blowing it out. But next time we'll see you guys will probably be on Monday for Team USA and Mexico. That'll be at 8 p.m. That'll be Paul Skeens on the mound. So that's going to be a fun matchup. We don't know who Team Mexico's throwing out yet, but that's on Fox. But you can join us for our live stream of that game. We'll probably check in on Puerto Rico and Cuba at some point as well. But that'll be our next game, Mexico against USA on Monday. Then Tuesday, we'll probably do USA Italy with Mark Healy joining us. Puerto Rico is going to be playing Canada as well, so that'll be an interesting game. Wednesday, March 11th is the end of pool play. March 12th will begin probably, I think, will begin the quarterfinals unless they are off. Let me bring back up this. I'm sorry, March 13th. So March 12th, Thursday, March 12th, they will have off. Friday, March 13th will be the quarterfinals in Houston, in Miami. Michael Walker gets out of the inning, keeps it 7-1, United States. Let's check in on the Dominican Republic and Nicaragua, which is in the top of the 9th inning. Jeter Downs gets on off of Gregory Soto, the former Met. So Nicaragua has one on, no outs. Down 9 runs, folks. That's how quickly these games get out of hand. Let's go through the scores again here. Japan 13-0 over Chinese Taipei in a mercy ruling. Cuba beat Panama 3-1. Venezuela 6-2 over the Netherlands. Mexico 8-2 over Great Britain. Puerto Rico in the game we covered earlier 5-0. That was probably one of the better games, the superior game. You got good pitching for the first 4 or 5 innings. Then Colombia made some errors and made some mistakes, and Puerto Rico made them pay. And they even made them pay pitching because they weren't at their best. That wasn't their best pitching performance by any of their guys, and they still were able to get through and keep the shutout intact. Bryce Terang up against Maristica, who's staying in. 15 pitches he's thrown. And here in the top of the 9th, off of Gregory Soto, Nicaragua trying to wake up the offense. That's a little far and maybe too late, but first and third, no outs. At least, get a couple of runs here. Try to make yourself feel good going into the next game. I mean, you're going to lose this game, or maybe you never know what comebacks, but get some runs here. Make yourself feel a little bit better about yourselves going into the next game. Elian Rayo is going to replace Chase Dawson and pinch hit for him. He will be facing Gregory Soto. Back in USA versus Brazil, top of the 7th, 1 out. Bobby Witt Jr. facing off against Maristica. Oh, Bobby Witt hits that deep. And, at the warning track. Thought we would have had a home run there by Bobby Witt Jr. But that's just the second out of the inning. Top 7, 7-1, United States. Shout out to you guys who are watching this along with me. Like I mentioned, we had a great turnout for the Chinese Taipei Australia game. We've had a great turnout here tonight. Appreciate everybody. Shout out to Keith for collaborating with me on this. I know he had to go a little bit earlier, but it's always fun working with him. Interesting news coming out of MedCamp that Freddie Peralta wants a 7 to 8 year extension. Don't know if he's getting that in Queens. Just off the base off of what we've seen from David Stearns. I don't know if he'll do that. Bryce Harper, 1-2 count, 2 outs by Maristica. That's a ball, 2-2. And the bases are now loaded with no outs. We've seen that a lot. If you're a Mets fan and seen Gregory Soto pitch, you've seen that a lot. So Nicaragua's threatening here. Bryce Harper flies it out, and he is done. Inning over. We go to the middle of the 7th. USA up 7-1. See if we could bring up this game. One and 2 count to Montes. See if they could get some runs here. It'd be nice for Nicaragua to go in knowing that they did not go down without a fight. Now it's a 3-2 count. Bases loaded, no outs. Soto versus Montes, who's pinch hitting. Even if he gets the walk here, brings in a run and makes it 12-4, you still have no outs. Juan Montes takes a called strike 3. Huge out by Gregory Soto. Huge. Had a couple of Mets already play. Juan Soto is had his day. He came out of the game, but he was 2 for 4 with a run and a walk. And also had a strikeout. Also, Huascar Brazaban, an inning and 2/3, 1 strikeout. Looks like Albert Pujols is taking out Gregory Soto. Leighton will be pinch hitting. Mark Vientos is on deck. Mendoza in the hole. 0 for 3, 0 for 4, respectively. We've seen Mark Vientos with the bases loaded. I mean, can he come through here? Can he even get an opportunity? Because if there's a double play, this game is over. Elvis Alvarado is going to be coming in from the Oakland A's. Last season, 3.86 ERA, 4 2/3 innings pitched. Didn't really get into much games last season. He'll come on to try to close the final 2 outs of this ball game. Team USA, 7-1, bottom of the 7th, 1 on, 1 out. Swinging strike from Alvarado to Leighton. Oh, and that's definitely not how you want to end the game. With the bases loaded, 1 out. Brandon Leighton lines into an unassisted double play to Vladimir Guerrero. The Dominican Republic with a dominating 12-3. And it didn't feel like that until the 8th inning when they scored 6 runs. But they get the win, and that wraps up that game. Dominican Republic, Venezuela, top of the heap right now, both with their first wins of the tournament. Chinese Taipei, Chechnya, top 2. No score. So we go back to Team USA and wrap up with them. Let's see what channel this Chinese Taipei game is on. So maybe we'll check it out. As they will be coming up on FS2 shortly. All right, as we change this, get to back to Team USA here. Two outs in the 7th inning, 7-1. Man on second base. Michael Wacha still in the game. 30 pitches in. Now Lucas Royal singles up the middle. Leonardo Regagnado scores, and it's 7-2 now. Brazil's starting to get a little bit of life here. Still 2 outs, but you always like to chip away. Waka struggling a little bit with control. 3-1 count. If Masai can get on base, you want every opportunity possible to score some runs here if you're Team Brazil. Victor Masai with a 3-1 count. As Waka steps off the mound here. And he hits deep to left field. Gone. Roman Anthony loses room, and that is gone. It is now 7-4. And just like that, Brazil's back in this game, 7-4. It may be too late, but like I said, the same thing with Nicaragua, who did not score. You want to make some noise here. And you want to go into your next game with a little bit of confidence. And Brazil makes it 7-4 against this vaunted U.S. lineup and pitching staff. Inning over, but Brazil gets back in this game. It is now 7-4. 7-4. Brazil making this a game here. And that's exactly what you want if you're Team Brazil, especially against the United States. 6-0 Chinese Taipei over Chechnya. Got to see how those runs scored. Sung-Chi Cheng. Let's see. How did these runs score? Looks like on a throwing error, the first run score. Yu Chang single to make it 2-0. That was Keith's guy. Anko Lin grounded out to first. Let's see. How about Stuart Fairchild? He hits a grand slam, makes this 6-0. Unbelievable. He's had a good tournament so far. Let's look up his stats. 2 for 2, 2 runs, 4 RBIs, and that comes with that grand slam. Wish there was somewhere for stats for the WBC. 6-0 Chinese Taipei. Chechnya probably done unless they come back to score, but their time in this tournament is one and done. We knew that was going to happen. We were hoping that Chinese Taipei would kind of take a leap like Australia has. You could feel it that it's coming, but just not yet. I feel like they need to be put in a different bracket because that's a tough bracket that they're in. To be with Japan, to be with Korea, Chinese Taipei, which has a great pitching staff, and then the up and coming, hard to deny. Those are good teams. Thank you for 430 of you being a part of this. I know the chat is not as active tonight, but either way, appreciate you guys. I know it was a lot active earlier, and it's a long game, long day, but really appreciate everybody being a part of this. So, USA, Brazil getting a little bit interesting. Maristica stays in the game, 31 pitches. If he can continue what he's been doing, it's huge for Brazil here. Alex Bregman to the plate with a man on base. Aaron Judge walked. Alex Bregman hit by pitch. Now 2 on, 1 out for Kyle Riley. It'd really be important for Brazil to get out of this inning, as there's going to be a change now. Hugo Kanabushi is going to replace Maristica with Kyle Raleigh at the plate, 1 out, 2 on. All right. As we wrap up here a little bit, going to try to get my guy Hector Bochamp, who was reporting for Latino Sports down in Puerto Rico. Going to try to get him to come on to talk about that game for a little bit, and Cuba versus Panama as well. Get his thoughts on that, as well as what's going on right now. Dominican Republic 12-3 over Nicaragua, and USA 7-4 with Brazil right now. So if I could get him to come on and talk a little bit about this game, since he was there in person in Puerto Rico, that would be great. Right now, 7-4. All right. This is a big at bat for Kanabushi. Computer's a little behind, a little slow on the game. 2 on, 2 outs. If Brazil can get out of this inning, only down 7-4, it's pretty huge right now. One and two count. Hope everybody's enjoying all these games today. First full games, right? We got the Chinese Taipei Australia game in game 1. On Wednesday, we got 2 games out of Pool C on Thursday. And here we are with a full slate. And I like how they staggered these games. Had some very early games, had some little later on games, some night games. You got 1 at 10 right now starting. Roman Anthony with the single. That could be a backbreaker, 8-4, United States. That's just when you thought Brazil was starting to make the comeback. The United States makes it 8-4. Huge at bat from Roman Anthony, who is replacing Corbin Carroll on the roster. So big game for him. If you're enjoying this content and you want to follow more on the WBC and WBC TV from me and Keith, you can subscribe here Subway to Shea. You can subscribe Shea and Sons, X, Instagram, and TikTok at Subway to Shea. Personally, at Ant Rivera 86 is where you'll find most of my content for the WBC. It's been a solid day worth of games. I was kind of hoping that this would be closer because we've had so many, not to say I wanted to see Team USA lose, but to see closer games than we have. Most of them have all been blowouts, or at least not close games. Peter Crow Armstrong grounds out. Score stays 8-4. See if Brazil has any life left in them. My guy Hector coming on shortly from Puerto Rico. He's covered both games of Cuba and Panama and Puerto Rico and Colombia. We'll be getting him on with us shortly. Gabe Spear coming in to replace Michael Walker as we go to the middle of the bottom of the eighth. Had a great season with the Mariners in 2025. 4-3, 2.61 ERA, 62 innings pitched, 82 to 11 strike to walk ratio. Closing in on 500 people in the room right now with this close to 5-hour stream we've been doing since 6 o'clock. Team USA looking to wrap up this game in the bottom of the eighth, as you can see. Going through the scores again. Japan 13-0 over Chinese Taipei in a mercy ruling. That's the first of the tournament, only so far. Cuba 3-1 over Panama. Venezuela 6-2 over the Netherlands. Mexico 8-2 over Great Britain. Puerto Rico 5-0 over Colombia. And the Dominican Republic 12-3 over Nicaragua so far. We still have the game where 6-0 Chinese Taipei over Chechnya. Getting ready to wrap up this, but before we wrap up, I got to bring my guy on the show. Down there in Puerto Rico himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Hector Bochamp for Latino Sports and Uptown Sports TV. Hector, my friend, how is it down there?
It's amazing. It's better weather than New York City. Sorry that I'm like this. I know you have the angle. Let me see if I could be in your.
There you go.
There you go. A lot better. A lot better. There we go. There we go. But yeah, no, the weather's amazing. The vibes is totally different, and like that stadium in Puerto Rico in San Juan, the Edom Bitham Stadium.
Yeah.
Stadium. The sound you're hearing from the crowd, you would think you would think you're in a September Yankees Mets game. That's how loud it is, bro. It's totally different than postseason baseball, than regular season baseball. The vibes are just different.
And they just did renovations there, correct?
Yeah, they just did renovations. They got they updated the media press box, but it's there for us, so I had to make it work. I had to make it do what it do. But no, it's a really nice stadium. It's very beautiful.
Well, let's get right into. We'll start off with the early game that they had in the morning, Cuba against Panama there, and I know you were there for both of the games.
Mm-hmm.
Cuba not coming in with the strongest team, but they got good pitching from one of their top pitching prospects that's out there. Probably one of the best pitchers I've heard of in the world right now. And for Team Cuba, and Yo Moncada hit their home run to help them win 3-1. What were your thoughts on that game?
It's funny because during batting practice, Moncada, he was just like locked in. Like he wasn't like talking. He was like, nah, I'm just doing my work. Like he didn't want to have a conversation. He didn't want to talk to nobody. And I laughed at my colleague Julian, Julian Galarte from Latino Sports. I laughed and I said that I was like, he better hit a home run the way that he doesn't want to talk to people right now. And lo and behold, in the game, he had a home run. And like you said, the Cuba team, it's a lot of mysteries around that team. You don't know a lot about the players, but when you talk about that starting pitcher from Cuba, Monelio, 3.2 innings, 4 strikeouts. His command was a little bit off the not what it normally is, but that kid's stuff looked amazing. His stuff looked amazing. There was a lot of scouts there, a lot of people talking about him as well. So the Cuba team is going to surprise some people. In the exhibition rounds, the manager was talking, one of the coaches was talking about they didn't perform as well that as the team expected them to perform. They have a lot of veterans on their squad. You got one guy on their team. I don't want to butcher his name. I forgot who it is, but he played in every World Baseball Classic minus 2006. So the Cuba team is a very deep team.
Absolutely. And just talking about young players, Lucas Ramirez, who is Manny Ramirez's son, just hit his second
Yes.
home run of the game. This is getting closer and closer. I don't like all these blowouts. Like there's been a lot of blowouts. We had the
Mhm.
one 13-0 mercy
The
ruling.
mercy rule.
But this has to feel good for a team like Brazil that even though they may not win this game, how they've made this a game to at first 8-5 right now. So good for Brazil. Team USA probably should have ran away with it earlier, but it's nice to see some of these teams come to play. It's good. I feel like confidence going into your
Mhm.
next game, knowing that you just didn't lie down.
Yeah, and one of the journalists I was speaking to, Brazil could be one of those teams that sneak up on people and surprise people and can get out the first pool. I'm not sure about the second pool, but it's like Brazil can surprise some teams. And it's like, it's funny. He was like, because it's a combination of like Brazilian Latinos and like Japanese immigrants that came to Brazil during like back then when they came over. And now mixing of Latino Brazilians and Japanese. And you know how the Japanese market is when it comes to baseball. So it's like it's a combination of the best of both worlds. You got Latinos and Japanese creating the best baseball players in Brazil.
Interesting enough, now we combining, talking about Cuba and Brazil here. Jose
Mhm.
Contreras' son also pitching for them, and I don't think he gave up a run. If I'm correct, would have to look back, but he pitched in this game as well. So yeah, Brazil up and coming, young team, and it'll be interesting to see how they move in the future. They got in during the preliminary rounds,
Mhm.
so great to see them back in the tournament as well. Now let's talk about the nightcap. I guess the game that was rocking out there. Obviously, Team Puerto Rico against
Yes.
Colombia, and we had started this live stream about 5 hours ago to make sure that
Mhm.
we caught Colombia versus Puerto Rico because it was the pitching matchup. You
Mhm.
have Jose Quintana, who Mets know him very well. The guy thrives in big pressure situations. We saw him not even give up a hit against Team Puerto Rico. I think they pulled him a little bit too early, and it
Mhm.
cost them. Seth Lugo also pitching nails. Puerto Rico's coming in with probably their best pitching
Yeah.
staff that they've ever had. It was a little wonky, but the fact that they didn't give up runs just shows you how tough they really are.
I think Puerto Rico has the best pitching staff in the entire tournament. When you look at their starting rotation, when you
Really?
look at the back end of their bullpen, I know like the U.S. team, you got Paul Skeens, you got some of the big names, Tariq Skubal. They're only going to make one or two starts, if that. When you look at Team Puerto Rico, their bullpen is the difference maker than the starting lineup is. If you just compare starting lineups, Team USA and Puerto Rico, USA they have the better starting rotation. But when you look at the back end of the bullpen, 7, 8, and 9, that's where Puerto Rico is going to be better than any of these other teams. So Puerto Rico, if they have a lead late in the game, they're going to be tough. If you try to score some runs in the 7th, 8th, or 9th.
There is a pitcher that I want to ask you about because he's from the Yankees organization, and he's one that I'm really looking forward to seeing. Elmer Rodriguez, man, what can you tell us about him? Because I hear nothing but great things about him, and he's one of the guys that Puerto Rico hasn't really had that star yet when it comes to pitching, right? A lot of the stars come as position players, and this guy could really be something.
When you look at Elmer Rodriguez Cruz, his pitch mix is what you like. The fact that this is a young guy that he has 4 or 5 different pitches that he could throw with command, and he's not up there just rearing back and throwing 100 miles per hour. No, his fastball sits 96, 96, 98, and nowadays everybody is looking for 101 miles per hour. Like when you look at Yankees prospect Carlos Lagrange, he has a fastball that tops out 103, 104. Elmo Rodriguez Cruz, he's more of a finesse pitcher whose fastball can get up to 98 miles per hour. This is a kid who can navigate north, south, east to west, and he relies heavily on his breaking pitch, which is probably the best curveball in the Yankees organization outside of Cam Slittler when it comes to young starters.
I was talking to my co-host earlier on, Keith, and we were
Shout
talking
out
about
to
this.
Keith. He did. Shout out to Keith and his brother. They do a lot of amazing work in the Met space. So shout out to Keith, man.
Yes,
He does great
absolutely.
work.
I always love working with them, and
Yeah.
I came back to him in December. I wanted to cover the WBC because I love it. I know a lot of people
Mhm.
have their thoughts and positions on it, but it's a tournament I love to see, especially in these months where baseball, you're just it's spring training. It's like
Mhm.
you're not getting much out of it, but you have this playoff atmosphere going on right now. Excuse me. You got teams, you got these players playing for these countries, and when I look at Puerto Rico's offense, I said to myself, like, a guy like Eddie Rosario, who's probably on his way out, when you put on your country's logo and hat, it like changes the player.
Yeah.
And now you get the best. Eddie Rosario had a big game today for Team Puerto Rico. You look at Carlos Cortez as well. This lineup isn't as bad as people would make it seem without
Mhm.
Carlos Correa and Javi Baez and Francisco Lindor. I think if those three guys were in the lineup here, we're talking about a team that could possibly go to the finals. Not saying that this team can't. This offense is probably going to give you a little bit more peskier type run production, hard-working runs, manufacturing runs instead of all the power that we're used to seeing from it. Although, you can get that from a Nolan Arenado and a Helio Ramos as well.
Mhm.
So I kind of really like this different type of offense that we're getting. I miss the other guys, but it's not as bad as people are making it seem.
Yeah, first of all, shout out to Elio Ramos. He gave me one of my interviews earlier out on the field during batting practice. But also, I want to give a quick shout out to Nolan Arenado, the veteran. First time playing for Team Puerto Rico. He made an amazing basket catch over the shoulder in foul territory. Nolan Arenado, the veteran leadership that he has. First off, when you look at the team itself as a whole, if you are Kike Hernandez, if you are Elio Ramos, if you are Eddie Rosario, you're playing on a team that the manager is Yadier Molina. The general manager is Carlos Beltran. One of the special advisors is Carlos Delgado. You got Juan Gonzalez. You got Edgar Martinez. You got so many legends that were on the 2016 for the World Baseball Classic. 2026 is 20 years of the World Baseball Classic. So I just wanted to point that out and give some flowers to the legends that's a part of Team Puerto Rico.
See, that's the thing too. We talked about it earlier. If there's anyone, and from a Met fan perspective, Yadier Molina is like, we all know what he means to the Mets
Oh God.
history and the Mets world. But you're telling me that he's the manager? I'm going to take that 100 times. I mean,
Yeah.
a catcher becoming a manager with his experience. You look at Alex Cintron as the bench coach, Juan Gonzalez,
Hmm.
like you mentioned, Edgar Martinez, Jose Rosado, Sandy Alomar Jr., Joey Cora. I mean, that is an elite staff alongside Carlos Beltran, who's the general manager of the team. That's like you said, the leadership is there. And if you watch a lot of the videos leading up to Puerto Rico, getting home and having the dinner and having the team bonding, Nolan Arenado was a big part of that. I think that was very important to make
Yeah.
him a huge part of that, not only because he's a veteran, but now he's coming over from Team USA to be a
Hmm.
part of Team Puerto Rico. To make him feel that comfortable, I think it was very important, and I like the way he has integrated himself into the team.
Yeah, even like Seth Lugo as well. After the game was over, after they got their final out, I'm not sure if you saw it. They all came in the center of the pitcher's mound. They all got on one knee and they did a little prayer. And the resilientness, they represent what it is to be a Boricua. I know there's a lot of people who love to throw shade on the World Baseball Classic whenever it comes around every 3 or 4 years. But when you look at these Latino baseball players, the pride that they have to wear a jersey that says Puerto Rico, that says Dominican Republic, that says Panama, that says even Brazil, Czech Republic, whatever country that you're representing, yes, you grow up idolizing the Derek Jeters, the Jose Reyes, the David Wrights. You grow up idolizing those players and you want to make it to the major leagues to be able to create a financial difference in your family's life. But don't get it confused. As much as they want to play for the Yankees or for the Mets or any other team in Major League Baseball, they would love to play in winter ball in Puerto Rico. They would love to play in winter ball in the Dominican Republic. They love every 3 or 4 years when the World Baseball Classic comes and they get to represent their country on a global stage. It's just different.
Yeah, it's absolutely different, and I feel like it's been different for me this year. Like, I always love looking forward to this time of year as sort of like, kind of watching the Olympics. You watch it every 4 years, or the World Cup. You watch it every 4 years, and then you move on. I think this year it's changed for me, where as I'm more interested now in watching, the winter ball leagues and watching Serie de Caribe as well.
Mhm,
Like I watched all of those games. It was a fun time learning about players in the NPB and the
mhm,
KBO. I just learning about all these new players that are up and coming, like we mentioned Elmer Rodriguez
mhm,
earlier, and there's some guys in Chinese Taipei that good
mhm,
pitchers. Shu, who pitched the first game and pitched very well. So it's very eye opening to
mhm.
look into this and just enjoy not only the game of baseball. It's fun. I mean, you
Yeah.
don't have the whole thing of really having to worry about your team. Although I'm pretty sure once we get to the quarterfinals and the knockout stages, it's a little bit different. But it's a very fun time for me, and I'm pretty sure it is for you as well.
Oh no, definitely. And 2 points that I wanna touch on real quick. One, shout out to Sugar Diaz, Edwin Diaz, being back in the World Baseball Classic
Yes.
after what happened to him in the last time when he got injured. Also, Seth Lugo had pitched a phenomenal game after his last time in the World Baseball Classic didn't go how he wanted. I wrote it down in my notes that I'm gonna put in my article that I'm gonna write for this game. 2026, like I said earlier, and it marks 20 years of the World Baseball Classic. And as a writer and as a content creator, as somebody who works in sports media, I can remember that spring of 2006 while still being in high school and watching Team Puerto Rico play their first game in the World Baseball Classic. And that was against Team Panama, which they won 2-1 in the first ever World Baseball Classic. So I remember that. 20 years later, I'm here down in Puerto Rico. I'm writing. I'm a part of Latino sports. I'm on my pod with one of my favorite Met homies in the world, Anthony Rivera. We got some other stuff we cooking up as well for our friend Rocco, but it's a dream come true. Words can't even say what I really want to say or how I feel.
I don't know if it was on X or someone posted it. So it was somewhere, but the initial commercial for the WBC, and it was they were showing the players, the major league
Mhm.
players in black and white, and then the flag would come over them, and I'm like, man, that was like when you see that for the first time, it was just
Yeah.
amazing. And I remember sitting and watching these games with my grandfather, and he passed away in I think 2012, 2013,
Sorry for your
and
loss.
that's the year they went to the final. And for me, it was like kind of like a sign,
Hmm.
like he was with me there for that one, and 2017 as well. So like it's like it gets personal for you, when
Hmm.
when you're doing with your countries and stuff like that. And it's nice to see Team USA bring their best roster out there, and obviously Dominican Republic too. What were your thoughts on the Dominican Republic? I mean, you're talking about guys who want to wear that jersey. Junior Caminero, man, after he hit that
Ah,
home run to give
bruh.
them the lead, unbelievable.
First off, I was having a conversation earlier. DR is my favorite to win the entire tournament. If I had to rank it, it would be DR, Japan, US, and if there's a miracle, Puerto Rico. But that's how I would rank it. Team DR, 1 through 9, the balance is unreal. Like I've never seen a lineup that deep. And when you talk about Juan Soto and then Manny Machado, Fernando Tatis, and every other body that's a part of that team, the team is so deep. A guy like Jose Ramirez can't even play. And this is a guy that he'll be an automatic MVP candidate regardless of what league he
Mhm.
played in. So that right there goes a long way. The starting pitching is the one concern I have for Team DR. And their bullpen, like I said, Team Puerto Rico, I think they have the best and 7, 8, and 9 in the tournament. Team DR, the only thing that's a question mark for them is their pitching and their defense because you saw it earlier today. And I'm not doing it on purpose, please. I'm not. But Juan Soto booting that ball in left field. I know this is a quote unquote exhibition, but Juan Soto 9 times out of 10 he makes that play. And if this the postseason, if he boots a play, I know Met fans would be hard on him, just like Dominican fans were hard on him on Twitter earlier.
Yeah, and Christopher Sanchez did not have a good outing. That
No.
game, it ended 12-3, but
Hmm.
that game was a lot closer. Nicaragua had them up until the seventh inning before that it really broke free. and Caminera hit that home run. But you know, nice performance for DR to stake their claim, and you know, we also saw Venezuela take care of business against the Netherlands. You know, is there anything else that stood out for you outside of these games that we've already talked about?
Yankee fans are gonna be mad when I say this. Shohei Otani is the face of baseball. There's no argument. I love Aaron Judge. I'm a diehard Aaron Judge fan. Shohei Otani is selling out stadiums for batting practice, 55,000 people just to watch him hit bat BP. I love Aaron Judge. I don't think Yankee fans are doing that. Again, Aaron Judge, probably one of the best hitters of our lifetime, but when you look at Shohei Otani, the rock star that's attached to it. Like it's on a whole different level. When you have a whole country that's on the last time when the Dodgers when they went to go play an exhibition game in the Tokyo Dome, Shohei wasn't like traveling around like he is now. The World Baseball Classic, my man's on the train. He's going to different meet and greets. He's hanging out with the fans. He's taking his time to embrace his country and embrace his culture. And I think it's beautiful. And again, sorry Yankee fans for saying it. I'm a diehard Yankee fan, but Shohei Otani, that seeing that from Shohei, I'm like, yeah, that was the notch that took him over Judge for me.
Yeah, and Judge hit a home run in his first at bat as well here. Shohei hit the grand slam in the 1st inning. I think it's not even about the Yankee fans. I don't think American fans embrace the WBC as what
Yeah.
we see out in you know, Japan and Korea, what we see in the Caribbean. It's not embraced, and now you have other teams that are coming aboard, like Australia. They're coming up and coming. They have their fan base. Great Britain has its fan base. I mean, you see the London series. People love when baseball comes out there, and they got soccer. They got a whole bunch of sports out there. You talk about Chechnya, which is a whole bunch of non-major leaguers. I mean, they're building something out there, and there's other teams that didn't make it, did not get to past the preliminaries that have their fan bases. If the United States fans embraced this,
It's a
like
different
other fans
conversation.
does, yeah, it's a totally different conversation. But you know, and obviously they have a right to be worried about their players getting hurt for their major league teams, and you know, but it would happen if it's spring. It happened in spring training. It happens here. Like, it's just a part of the game.
Yeah, and don't want to beat a dead horse, but when players get criticized for not playing for their country or wanting to play for their country, the noise gets loud. But you have a group of guys that are embracing playing for Team USA, Judge, Harper, Paul Skeens, the way they're going hard on social media. And like you're saying, the American baseball fan, the Team USA baseball fan is not going hard for them the way that the Dominican fans are going hard for them in DR, the way that the Puerto Rican fans are going hard to them in San Juan, and so on and so on. And I get it. When you're in the US, you're kind of spoiled because at any time the Yankees may come to your city and play your team, whether it's the Colorado Rockies or whether it's the Minnesota Twins. You may see the Yankees 3 or 6 times out the year. In the Dominican Republic, they don't get a chance to see their players. They can't travel to the U.S. to go watch a Yankee Met game or go watch Juan Soto against the Pittsburgh Pirates when the tickets are dirt cheap and it's in September. They can't do that. That's why it was so beautiful seeing Juan Soto's grandfather, getting to see him play up close and personal for the first time ever.
Yeah, that was him with Pedro Martinez, right?
Yeah, that was him hanging out with
Yeah.
Pedro Martinez and him rocking the Mets hat because he was a Met fan, and that's why Juan Soto and his family has that connection or that love affair with the Mets because of his grandfather.
And we've seen major league teams try to embrace the styles of, even like, if you look in Japan and the KBO and MPB, and there's always fun stuff going on, interactive stuff going on in between at bats or in between innings, and I feel like the Mets have tried to do that. They have like their city dancers and stuff. They do games and stuff like that during the game. Fans don't seem to be into it.
I just think what hurts the Mets is their geographical location. That's what hurts the Mets because when you go to Citi Field, it's a beautiful ballpark. It's an amazing ballpark to go watch a baseball game, especially if you have kids with you. If you have any young ones with you, the stuff that they have in the back, the little batting cage or whatever that's set up. I tell my girlfriend all the time, one of these days I'm gonna go and just start hitting home runs at that little field that they have back there for the
Yeah.
kids. But no, if you have young ones with you, like you're going to enjoy that when you go to City Field, you, your wife with your kid, and you take them to that. You guys are going to enjoy it. It's just their geographical location.
Yeah. I just wish that more fans would be in on this, man. It's just it would be a whole different feeling. USA up 10-5 here, top of the ninth. They got the bases loaded for Kyle Riley, a guy who hits 60 home runs.
The
The United
big
States,
thumper.
yeah, the United States, another team that has a top to bottom lineup that's just one of the best out there. You talk about Japan. You mentioned them over there. They have another great lineup out there, and Korea could be talked about with a great lineup. What are your predictions so far of the teams getting out of these pools?
Well, tomorrow Canada is playing, so I'm interested to see that. That's the early game tomorrow in Pool A, and then Puerto Rico plays afterwards. I'm just interested to see. We all know what's going to happen. Like Japan, US, DR, those are the top three heavy teams. Everybody else, if they can make some noise, they make some noise. Brazil, what's really interesting to me. I know they're losing right now 10-5. They probably won't come back or whatever, but that's a team that we've seen their offense in the first couple of games that they play. They shown out. Their offense has showed up, and you're not expecting that from team Brazil. And just like today, I know it was one of the early games, but seeing Ruben Tejada out there, I had no idea that he was on the team. I get onto the field, I'm like, fucking Ruben Tejada. Shout out to you, my guy. But it's interesting to see a lot of the veterans. Alexi Ramirez with Team Cuba, 44, 45 years old. He's playing more of like a first base, more just a leadership role, just being on the team. That's great to see. Clayton Kershaw, whether you love him, whether you hate him, regardless of what your thoughts are with Clayton Kershaw, he said it. He's like, listen, I don't have a season to pitch for. So if you need me to go out there and throw 30, 40, 50 pitches in an outing, I go out there and do that. So I like to see the veterans enjoying this more than the younger players, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's for some veterans, it's kind of like the last hurrah, like you
Yeah.
mentioned for Clayton Kershaw, and even to a guy like Eddie Rosario, who knows if he's going to be in the major leagues, but he's making the most out of his appearance for Team Puerto Rico, and he's been in World Baseball Classics before and has delivered. When it comes to Team Puerto Rico, I can't remember who said it. I think it was Sean Spradling, uh, who we had on the show, but he said that Puerto Rico is a team that never really comes with the best rosters, but always finds a way to overachieve. And I think that's something that we could possibly see with this team, even though they don't have the best offense out there. But that pitching staff in such short series and this type of eliminations could come in handy for sure.
Oh, sorry, real quick. What I'm interested to see going forward is I was nervous that Edwin Diaz came in up by 5 runs. I was nervous for that. I was just nervous for that. And seeing that he pitched yesterday, well, not pitched, more of like he was throwing yesterday, like a bullpen session. I was interested to see to that. When we go to the next round, to the semis and the finals, what's going to be the cap on the pitchers? Like how much of a lease will they have? Like if the same scenario presents itself in the finals and you're up by 5 runs or like the semifinals, are you bringing in Edwin Diaz with a 6-run, 5-run lead?
Yeah.
Because as much as we want to win these games, in the back of the manager's mind, that other manager is texting him like, "Don't use my guy that much. Don't overuse my guy."
They
Whether
can
it's
use
Aaron
Edwin Diaz
Boone.
as much as they want now. Go ahead. Go ahead. Use Edwin Diaz as much as you need. You want to have him throw 60 pitches? Go ahead. He's on the Dodgers now.
Oh, Kike Hernandez, he has some shade for you too. Kike said he was like, "Yeah, I already knew Edwin Diaz was coming to the Dodgers." Met fans, they could be upset all they want. He was coming to the Dodgers from the beginning. Like Kike is one of the funniest people in baseball. I know he was just trolling, but that's hilarious.
I can't hate Kike Hernandez. I always wanted him to be on the Mets. I
Same.
can't
I have the
hate
same
him.
feeling. I have the same feeling for Kike that I have on the Yankees. I would love for him to be a Yankee. I'm just walking to go get my Uber Eats because my food is about to arrive. I'm
Yeah, man, you gotta
starving.
eat.
Yeah, they came 15 minutes earlier than expected, so that's why I'm walking like this. But Ant, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. I'm going to be here covering the World Baseball Classic. So if you want me to pop on tomorrow or whenever else, just shoot me a text. I'm
Absolutely,
there.
brother. All right, man. Appreciate you.
All right,
Later.
later, man. Say, young one.
Will do, man. Thanks,
Later, bro.
brother. All right, that was our guy Hector Bochamp for Latino Sports. He is out there in Puerto Rico covering Pool A, so we'll definitely have him on again. 12-5 in the top of the ninth inning, USA over Brazil. Shout out to my guy Hector in Washington Heights. I did finally venture into watch-alongs. I don't know if I'm going to do it as much for the Mets. We will see. It definitely won't be every game. Maybe every once in a while. Maybe if you do that, maybe I'll hop on with you. I don't know, but I am not in sync with the game action and how fast it's going right now because I have everything on app, so everything's a little bit slower for me. This game now getting out of hand. It was getting close. It was 8-5, and now Team USA has scored 5 runs here in the top of the ninth inning. As that game wraps up, I wish Takahashi would get out of this inning so we can end the game already, but I think I might wrap it up here. It's been a 5.5-hour stream that we've been doing, and I need a little bit of rest. I've been working all day as well. Shout out to everyone that was a part of this show today. We have 558 of you that came on here with me to talk about the New York Mets today, and I appreciate that. There you go, 13-5, top of the ninth, 2 outs. It's like, can he get this guy? Oh, it's only 1 out. Can we get these guys out already? It's like, I need this game to end. Well, we'll wrap it up here because USA is clearly going to win this. They're up 13-5. They'll close it out. But I appreciate everyone for coming on here. Obviously, I appreciate Keith from Shea and Sons for being my co-host. He had to dip out a little bit earlier. But tonight was a lot of fun. Over 5 hours of this stream. And we saw Team Puerto Rico take care of business against Colombia, 5-0. Watched a little bit of Nicaragua and Dominican Republic because that was a little bit closer of a game. And then 13-5 so far in the top of the ninth for USA Brazil. 8-0 for Chinese Taipei over Chechnya. Chechnya will most likely be done after this. And Chinese Taipei lives to see another day. Shout out to my guy Hector Bochamp for coming on to join from Puerto Rico. Appreciate him as always. Such a great friend. We'll be working on some stuff. You'll see us with New York 1 at some point to preview the season of the Mets. But that'll wrap it up for me. I got to get some rest as USA completes this beating of Brazil. So appreciate everyone for tuning in. You can follow me and my Mets content on X, Instagram, and TikTok at Subway to Shea. Follow me personally on X at Rivera86, where you can get all of my World Baseball Classic stuff. Subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and YouTube for Subway to Shea. And mostly on YouTube, you're going to find all of the WBC TV. If you go in podcasts, you'll see all of the WBC TV stuff there. And yeah, guys, this has been a lot of fun. Appreciate you all for being here. And we will be back on Monday as Team USA takes on Mexico in a big matchup between 2 teams that I think are going to make it out of Pool B. But until then, this has been Anthony Rivera, and you have been watching WBC TV.